Because this is the first group of people in Sri Lanka who are being kind of formally trained in generative AI skills. And this has to go down to everybody in Sri Lanka. Our ambition is hopefully by the end of the year, what was the figure we wanted? At least 30% of all teachers from primary school to higher education have generative AI skills. So we need you to today, as you listen and learn as a learner, learn with the idea of being a teacher, right? So it's double role, a little bit more cognitively challenging, so increases your cognitive load. And I always believe the best way to learn is to teach. So whenever I learn a new skill, I'll come home, I'll design a workshop and teach it. When I have no authority, but by teaching after 4 workshops, you become an expert. So what I want you to do is, as you as you're listening and taking notes or whatever it is, divide the page into half. On the left side, what have you learned? Oh, this is interesting. Generative AI can be used to make me efficient in document management. Then on the right side, how would I teach this to my learners, wherever you are? Make some points. I think I will run a small 1-hour workshop. I will do this. So actively taking notes. So think about how are you going to teach? How am I going to get better proficient at this? So if I'm going to use ChatGPT 4, how can I, so write this note. I can use it in my lesson planning or whatever it is. So it's an active note taking. So we are asking you to do a little bit more, not just listening the knowledge is going to be given and the skills they're going to practice, but practice with the idea, how am I going to teach this? So we are not experts as far as Sri Lanka experts. So we are teaching you from our perspective. I come from Singapore, Jonathan comes from Malaysia, Fahd from Pakistan. But we have different groups, but you know best how to teach your Sri Lankan learners. So that's the main part. Don't get worried. We are learning every day as we go along. And the more you use the tools, the more familiar you will be. John, want to say anything? Any questions from the trainers? So you are learning, but learning at the same time, I'm going to teach you. I mean, all of you know how to teach, but how to teach these aspects of generative AI.
The other one from the
Great, that's all I have to say.
AIRE is in the room next door.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Learn, I would like to welcome all of you all to the AIDE workshop. So today is the second day of the AIDE workshops. As you're aware, we have 4 days of workshop on AIDE, and we have the conference on Friday. So yesterday we successfully completed the first day of the workshop, where we had 2 modules. And today also we are having 2 modules. So this in this room we'll be conducting the LEAP session, and in the other room we'll be conducting the RE session. So I don't want to take much time. Maybe we can move into today's topic. So we have Mr. Jonathan Kovilpillai from the APU team and Mr. Fahad Raza from the APU team. They will be assisting us and helping us with the LEAP module. And we are very grateful on behalf of Learn for giving this opportunity for us to learn new things. Thank you very much for both of you. So I will hand over so that they can start the session. Thank you.
Just going to use this mic while I get this meeting set up. How are you all this morning? All good? Excellent. All right. Can you hear me? I think I'm being fed. I'm being fed very well in Lanka at my throat. So good morning. Great to be here. My name is Jonathan. I've met some of you. I'm going to meet all of you. And I hope we're going to have a really productive session today. And today's session is pretty much, this is what's going to happen. 5 words. And then you're going to be doing something for about 50 minutes. Okay. Because AI for administrative productivity, it simply means that whether we are administrative staff or we are teachers, we all do administrative tasks. Agreed? Even if you're a full-time teacher doing administrative stuff. And if you're like me, that's the most annoying part of the day. Yeah? the tedious, repetitive. Back in the day, we call it paperwork. We don't call it paperwork anymore because it's all done electronically, but it still takes up a bulk of your time. And I'm guessing you're here because you want to see how AI can maybe help you as an able assistant, just to speed things up a little bit so that you can live life, right? So before we proceed, I want to ask you to share what your expectations are from today. What are you expecting? I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember this old TV show called I Dream of Jeannie. Okay, no one. You remember, he's old. I'm old. So I Dream of Jeannie is about this guy who finds a genie and brings home, and all she does is this and winks and everything gets done. So are you expecting AI to be a genie? Let me know. Sort of. Good. Let us know so that we can. This is going to take you to a Padlet. Yeah, this is not a form, this is not a quiz, this is not a survey. This is going to take you to Padlet where you can type in your heart's desire.
This is going to take you to Kandy where you can type in your heart's desire.
If it's not working for you, let me know.
If
Are
it's
you
not
are you
working,
able
let me
to?
know. Are you able to?
I've got 4 people who have responded. I mean, take your time, think through what is it that you want. Trying to decide whether to put your expectations up on the screen or just to read them out.
Just to read them out.
Maybe I'll just read them out.
Read them out.
Do work
Do
in a
work
smart way.
Smart way.
Everybody agrees, do work in a smart way is a good expectation. By the next couple of hours, I think we'll be able to establish what do you mean by do work in a smart way? What is a smart way? Productively, optimally. You work 8 hours in general, 8 hours a day. In some societies, if your boss sees you in the office after hours, that's considered being productive. That's considered being, in some cultures, in some societies. In others, if you work more than the designated office hours, it doesn't mean you're productive. It means the opposite. It means what were you doing in that actual working hours that you didn't have time to finish this? So does working smart mean that you manage that working time effectively, that your work for the day gets done? Of course, being in the industry that we all are, education, we know that that is highly impossible. It's not an 8 to 5. You agree? There will be some things, but what can we do, or what can we get AI to do to help us to manage this? Tell me a little bit about the local context. Apart from education, generally, in terms of employment, what's the importance given to work-life balance? Okay, let me look at a couple more. Improving efficiency, of course.
Improving efficiency, of course.
I hope to get to know some AI workflows that will automate repetitive admin tasks.
That will automate repetitive admin tasks.
Enhance my productivity.
Enhance my productivity.
This is interesting.
This is interesting.
Of course, the person who said this says enhance my productivity, but I'm just going to ask all of you, what is it that we produce on a daily basis at our work? If you're a teacher, what are you producing? If you're an administrator, academic administrator, what are you producing? I mean, if you're a car company, then you're producing cars. But as an academic administrator, as a teacher, what are we producing? The services. Okay. materials, teaching materials, documents, etc. Service stakeholders, what kind of service are we talking about here? What is it that you're producing that you think you want to increase productivity? Could either mean in terms of quantity, you want to make more, or it could mean in terms of quality, you want to make what you're making better. Right? Sometimes we produce documents and stuff, and it goes back and forth because of so much of corrections and improvements. So if you can get something to help you create, not perfect, because nothing anybody creates, even Gen AI creates, is perfect, because it always is subject to human overview. Right? Anybody else? Anything you want to share about productivity? What do you think? What is it that you want to be more productive at? Do you want to maybe run your meetings better? A lot of times this happens in meetings. Everybody gathers. Nice, hello, hi, nice to see you. Good, okay, come, let's talk about this. We've got a plan, we've got an agenda. We run through the agenda. End of the day, okay, thank you, done, we're gone, we go back. Next meeting is in 2 weeks, guys. 2 weeks later, we meet again, and then we go to the agenda, and same thing. This one, you're supposed to do it. Yeah, it is doing. So we meet regularly, but sometimes the work that's supposed to be done in between those meetings doesn't get done because there's no follow-up. One day before the meeting, you said, oh shit, tomorrow's meeting, let me go and see if I can quickly get this done. This is normal because of the fact that we're all doing so many things at work. So having an assistant, how many of us in this room have a personal assistant? You do very good, you do very good, you do very good, you do. If you do, it's good. But if you don't, the good news is that generative AI is one heck of a personal assistant. And for the 4 of you who said that you have personal assistants currently, no offense, but generative AI might be a little bit, not better, but less complaining kind of assistant. You can continuously ask them to do different things all the time, and they're just there. Not smiling, but not frowning either. Okay. Next, learn how to make reports and documents. Okay, lovely. This is an interesting one. Would like to go deep in the topic rather than just touching the surface. I need a little bit more context here. Don't have to say that I'm the person who wrote that, but just if you could help the room deep in the topic. Which are we talking about? We're talking about generative AI. It is a form of AI that helps us to generate stuff. It's not replacement AI. It's not going to replace you at work. You can't send your AI to work and say, today I'm taking the day off. It's generative. It's going to help you to create things. So if you can help me understand a little bit more of how deep, what are we talking about here in deep? What depth are we looking at? I don't know who said that, so I'm just throwing it out. So if the person who wrote that can... okay, good, thanks. Do you have a mic? Can I get your mic so the others can also hear what you're saying?
But for an example, if we can integrate that AI assistant to our email client, maybe that could be an option, right? So we don't have to always type everything and to the point, right?
Okay.
And yesterday we had a Moodle session, right? So if we can integrate AI assistant to Moodle, then we can get the help as a tutor,
Okay.
right? So that kind of integrations.
Thank you. That is really helpful. That is really helpful because it helps me to set the expectations as well. Generative AI. What is generative AI? Anyone? Otherwise, we can always go there on the slides as well. Okay. So this is what I expect that you will take away from the session today. Number one, explain and understand how generative AI works, because this is really important so that we don't expect a genie. Generative AI is not a genie. You cannot press a button. I think the session in the other room today is talking about using AI for research. The first time we ran that session, the sub tagline for AI research was write your research paper in a day. Some people died. They thought we were kidding. What the hell do you mean write a research paper in a day? Where is the thinking? All that. But it's not press a button and a paper comes out and you submit. No, it's not. It's not a genie in that sense. Generative AI, as the name says, is generating something. So as the real intelligence behind it, it is you and I that need to understand how it works, what its capabilities are, and then tell it to generate something that will help us improve ourselves, our process, our productivity, etc. So in some cases, it may be that, for example, you're talking about email. Email, if you're using Outlook at the back end is a very high-powered tool by itself, which you can manipulate to do many, to automate many tasks. But with generative AI, you are now going to say, help me to generate a schedule that enables me to optimize my email usage. And you give it a little bit of information. On average, I receive about 200 emails a day. And then it generates a plan for you. It is not going to take over your Outlook and say, okay, I will now handle all your emails. It's not that. Okay? So we need to be very clear, because otherwise we are expecting a genie. What we have with Gen AI is a very high-powered butler, assistant, aide. Yeah, aide. And this, Dr. Y, 2 days before we made this t-shirt, he said, John, you sure you want to put aide here? Because if you go and stand somewhere in the hotel, people might say, hey, Thambi, bring the paper. Because aide is like the helper. Okay. Yeah, it's an aid, it's a helper to get things done, but it only works based on the type of instructions you give it. Okay. Number 2 is where the instructions part comes in. Some of you were here with us yesterday. Can I see those of you who were here? So we've done this yesterday in detail, a little bit of writing prompts, but no issues at all. Every session that we conduct will always emphasize the importance of prompt writing, because prompt writing is that important. But feel free to jump in anytime. Feel free to jump in anytime if you want to say something. Okay. Then we look at how to apply Gen AI into analyzing documents. I think some of the things that take up a lot of our time is this documentation. Reading, understanding, and responding to documentation. Okay. Now, this is an area that Gen AI is really useful, because it can read and understand. I shouldn't use the word understand. It's not understand. Understanding requires context and emotional engagement. It is not understanding, but it can read. And what's the word? Another word for understand for us? It can synthesize that information way faster than any one of us can do, or all of us put together can do. And that's what makes it powerful. Then we look at generating documents. I put the education simply because we're all in education, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. It could be any documentation. Yeah. How do we use Gen AI's power to generate documents, different types of documents, even email? We'll be looking at email, how you can write prompts for email, etc. And lastly, we're actually going to create a virtual assistant, a chatbot. But this is towards the end of the day, so you need to stick around. If you go back after lunch, you're missing out the... You know what's a chatbot? I think 2 of you would know, because you were in the session yesterday. I was talking about chatbots in the context of support for the student yesterday. But you're an administrator, you've got an entire office of people bustling around you. What kind of help can a chatbot give you? Simple example, see, you're organizing this entire week, Learn Fest, and you've got tons of information, and you're constantly sending out information to different people. Yeah? And I think people like Andrea, Watsla, you all would know, I'm sure you're inundated with the mundane questions. Hey, Wednesday, what time? Hey, Tuesday, what time? What time is tea break? You know, those kind of, if I come to the hotel ground, Golden Ground, is there parking? Participants' questions, not valid questions. But none of us have the time to sit and just, we do it, of course we do it, but because we're doing it, we tend to sometimes miss out on one person's important question. Not because we don't like that person, but because we say, okay, there's a question there in email, I'm going to respond to it later. And the later never comes. And then that one person is very upset. Oh, Learn doesn't love me. He didn't respond to my question. So if you can have a chat bot built by you containing all the relevant information about this conference, it's like a frequently asked questions section on steroids. Your participants, you share that chatbot link with them, any question they have, it answers accurately. And you know that sometimes when people ask me, hey John, what time is the session starting? First person I say 9 o'clock. Then I'm talking to Fad something and in between we changed it. Second person calls me, what time is the session? 9:30. The information gets a little bit. But with a chatbot, never happens. The information provided is accurate. All the time, every time. So there's a record as well of the questions. So a chatbot is like this is like a genie. They can help you. This is something that you create and you share with people so that they can now interact with that 24/7. Even if you're teaching. If you're teaching, right? You don't want your students to be texting you at 2 o'clock in the morning with a question. That's a very famous, maybe Dr. Roshan might know this very famous old movie comic scene where the students kept calling the teacher at 2 o'clock in the morning. The teacher was like, should I answer? Should I answer? Finally, he answered and said, the students have got a very important question for you. Then he goes on to ask him, is your name really this or is it this? So we don't want students calling us at 2 o'clock in the morning and stuff. So a chatbot helps. And in administrative practices, a chatbot is a godsend, right? At APU, with the DLH, the Digital Learning Hub that we are from, we run a lot of these training programs. And boy, I wish we had a chatbot 2 years ago. Because we've got 400, 500 lecturers who are constantly emailing questions. It's a normal thing. I'm sure you've experienced yourself. You send out a nice detailed email, and you think that it's perfect, all the details are there. And then somebody replies back and asks a question that either it's there and they didn't read, or maybe I left it out. So with a chatbot, you create this information and you share it out. We'll get to that towards the end of the day. So no going back early. All right. Fad, anything you want to add to this before we move on?
For example, you're applying for a grant, there's a grant document, you want to make sure that you got everything right. So just upload it into your training or and then ask questions. Let ChatGPT go through the minor details and everything. And then say, okay, my instrument I'm in this city, this is my organization, this is the organization you are partnering for research. Does this grant allow applying? Yes, it does, provided it does. So your job is now only to focus on your work rather than spending all of that time and energy going through that document. Right? So this is one of the major advantages of
Oh, yes, please, anytime.
Oh, yes, please, anytime.
I understand, like,
Can I take this?
And so that I can actually help my staff to have free time.
Okay.
So that I'm optimizing the work within that particular department. You understand?
Okay. Yeah. So did everybody hear the question? What kind of systems can I create to help improve the workflow or the process flow in the organization? I'm going to come back to this question at the end of the day, but I want to answer it now. Again, ChatGPT or any of these Gen AI tools, they don't create systems. they create whatever it is you want them to create. And they may not create a new Microsoft, but you tell it that, hey, look, I've got an office of 8 staff. This is what we do. This is what happens. This is the problems that I'm facing. This is what suggests to me a efficient process flow for the task A, task B that we do repetitively every day. It will then give you that. Now, what you do with that, then entirely up to you. You can take that to your IT team and say, hey, look, can I get this process flow built into the system? Or you could say, hey, write me a program, a code, a software code that can be given. You ask it for some. It's not going to create that for you. It's going to create the steps to the solution. And sometimes it will tell you that, hey, look, as a large language model, I am unable to create what you're asking me, but I can create the steps required for you to get there. Yeah, it's quite polite in that sense. It will reply you politely. But we must be, that's why I said, knowing how it works is really crucial. Okay? Imagine a simple analogy. You all know how to drive? I'm not going to ask you where you live again. Everyone knows how to drive? You know how the car works. If you didn't know how the car works, and then you went and got into the car, you sat down, and after 2 hours, you're like, why the hell hasn't it taken me anywhere? That's the same thing. You need to know how it works so that you can make it work for you. Right?
A friend of mine recently, the CEO of a very large organization, like the CEO and owner and everybody, asked him for a CV. Right? Oh, nervous as hell. Right? So I have no idea. Okay, well, I can give him the CV, but what do I write in the email? I don't want to come across as this or that. And it's not like you're sending it normally to a normal email, right? So what I recommended was talk to generative AI, whichever generative AI that you have, and explain it. So I sat down and said, look, the CEO of this organization asked for my CV. I'm nervous. I have no idea what to do. Okay, pressed enter, and it was Copilot, and Copilot replied, first of all, relax, take a breath, calm down.
And it's the best thing your personal assistant can tell you to do, right?
There's a reason I'm telling you. So first of all, calm down. Now, what is this, and thank you. So, then Copilot took my friend through the whole process and said, okay, this email, these are the options. In the end, he had to decide, obviously, because Copilot is not responsible for your career, right? The reason I'm saying this is because as a department head, it's not just what this generative AI can do for you in terms of practical implementation. It's also advice. And naturally, you have to take any advice with a pinch of salt because it's your decision at the end. But that is another way you can look at this. You know, that's another whole world of generative AI.
So what we are hoping is that by the time we get to the end of today, you would be able to understand this particular tool so much better that you know what it can do and you know how to talk to it to make it do what you want it to do. The moment you are able to do that, you're able to communicate effectively with it, you find that a whole world of wonders can open. So we're just going to go through this and focus on the prompt a little bit for the first part of the morning. Anybody here who works with AI itself, teaching AI or building machine learning, okay, yes, Dr. Right. So you would probably know that this is a very basic, this is a very, very basic information of how generative artificial intelligence works. I put this here simply to let you know that there is another form of AI, cognitive, which is slightly different. You don't interact with it like how you do with generative AI through chats, etc. These are, for example, your Netflix recommendations. When you hit a thumbs up on a particular movie or show that you watched, what's happening at the background? That machine, that system is learning your preferences. And within that given set of rules, it now recommends something else for you. That's cognitive. It's intelligently working, but within a given set of rules. It does not create something new. Just because you liked the series Friends, the AI algorithm that behind Netflix does not create a new series for you. called enemies or whatever. It doesn't. It just looks at your likes and says similar and recommends. Generative AI, on the other hand, creates. Right? It creates for you something new from the prompt that you give it. The other really good example I like to give people is, I mentioned this even yesterday. Don't worry about what a knife is made up of. Don't worry about what are the components that go into the stainless steel. How many of you actually know that? What's stainless steel? What are the metals that go into stainless steel? You could Google it, but don't. I don't know. I have never had the need to know. So what I needed to know was the knife can cut. It's fit for purpose. Similar with our usage of Gen AI. We're really not interested in the different component fields of AI. The machine learning, the computer vision, the natural language process. It's there, thank God for it. And thank God that put together it all works for us in this sense. Yeah. Okay. Those of you who were in the session with me yesterday should keep quiet. You cannot answer this question. There's two phrases at the top. Or those of you, maybe Dr. Y mentioned this. If you have heard this, I need you to be quiet. The two phrases at the top. Can you finish those sentences for me? Don't cry. Don't cry. Okay, I hope it's not because you heard it yesterday, but if you didn't hear it yesterday, then that really gave up your age. I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, so the first phrase, don't cry, with the three dots there, continuation, is a song. There you go. There's two people here who know that song, and there's others who's like, oh, why would I cry for Argentina? Okay, it's a very nice, but it's an old song. That's why I say if you can answer that, it gives up your age a bit. Right? Second one, don't cry over. Spilt milk. Anybody else? Anything? That's the most common one, right? So now the question I have for you is, how did you come to that conclusion that that is the correct phrase or word to put in there? How? You've heard it so many times. You really like the song, huh? Yeah, it's a beautiful song, yeah. Okay, you've heard it so many times, that's one reason. What could other reasons be? It is in your brain, it's there. It just comes up with a very good answer, but how is it coming up? Where is it coming up from? Okay, now we're going into brain-based learning. How does the brain operate? Neurons firing. Yes, very good, because the first time you heard that song, or the first time you heard that phrase, don't cry over spilled milk, it fired neurons in your brains, creating that connection. And the thing about brain-neuron connections is they hardly separate. They can, like in case of trauma and all that, but hardly they do. So it could just move very backwards, but it's still there. And at some point of your life, like last night when we were having dinner, I hope Dr. Y doesn't hear this, but yeah, suddenly he became a bit emotional looking. And I said, are you okay? He's like, yeah, this food suddenly reminded him of his grandmother. Neurons firing again. Now take that example of neurons firing in our brain to the example of computer systems with billions and billions and billions of bytes of data that have been trained to recognize these patterns. And ultimately, that is what ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini or whichever your favorite AI tool is, that's simply how they work. They are filling in the blanks. But they're not filling in the blanks randomly, they're filling in the blanks based on copious amount of data that they've been trained on. We had this discussion yesterday as well, whether any of you have tried prompting in Singlish. Have you tried? Have you got good results, doctor? In Bard you got. Okay. Now, that makes sense. Why do you think Google has? Because Google has for many years already had their Google Translate. And Singlish is a language in Google Translate, which means they have got the data on the language. So Bard is expected to. The reason why generally the other languages apart from English, French, German, Hindi, the major 8 languages, is because the machines are trained on data using these languages. So your responses become better, but it doesn't mean the other languages cannot be used. In some of our trainings in the rural areas of Malaysia got 3 main languages. English, yeah, 3 main languages. But there's a dozen other, no, more than a dozen, 120 over different sub genres of language and dialects. One of them in East Malaysia is the Kadazan language of the people in Sabah and Sarawak. Kadazan language. It works. You can still prompt in Kadazan, but you get very limited response because the poor bugger has got no, like you said, it's in your head, the neurons fired, you remember this song, you've heard it many times. That guy doesn't have anything in Kadazan. Okay, so remember these limitations. So if you want something in Sinhalese, please go ahead, but you may want to just go to Gemini for that rather than ChatGPT. So what does it do? It reads your text, it processes information, and it generates a response. Basically, a fill in the blanks system, but a very highly accurate and high powered fill in the blank system. Okay? There is no personal knowledge or opinion of it. It does not have any personal knowledge or opinion. It does not. Do you question? Do you need to say please and thank you when you interact with AI models? Do you? Hey, hang on. Hang on. Guys, this is seriously, I'm going to ask one by one now. Do you need to mind your manners and say your please and thank yous and etc. when you deal with AI models? It depends on why you're... Exactly, right? It's, yeah, I think it goes back to, you were brought up that way. You were taught to have that. So why change that just because? Okay, so yes, depends. Anybody else? Anybody got any? I know Fahad's got very strong opinions on this. The AI people. How, doctor? Yeah. Correct. Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not because suddenly you said my life depends on it and it has become an emotional mother and it's trying to hug. It's not that. But because it's filling in the blanks, remember? So you're talking about something that is now extreme. My life depends on this. So it's going to fill in the blanks with, if I don't do this, this bugger might end his life. So it tailors the response accordingly. But the whole thing about please and thank you, it was an unnecessary debate brought about by people some time ago. They said, you better say please and thank you because if the fellow takes over the world, he'll remember you. Okay, but that's not true. It's got no emotions. But do you want to share your strong feelings and opinions? I think that's what the Russian said. It's the same reason. Why do I say please and thank you to you? Why do you say please and thank you to your colleague? To be polite, because that's what you were taught, right? That's how you were brought up. So yeah, it's okay if you don't say please and thank you to ChatGPT, but I'm always thinking that if my grandmother was beside me and I was talking without the please and thank you, she'd slap me. That's not how you were brought up.
Technical problem is from us.
Yeah. They are constantly learning. They are constantly learning. Remember, I mentioned that this is a, once you have an AI tool that you work with, over time you will find that it's a relationship taking place there. Okay? So it's learning from you. You can. In fact, we are actually in the midst of writing a research paper on how ChatGPT can help clinical psychologists. So there's a paper, we're trying to use ChatGPT to simulate a conversation between psychologists, psychiatrists, and the patient, and to see if this model can be successfully adapted for use. If it can, of course, it's a long process, the Psychologists Association, but if it can, imagine the implications. I can actually have virtual 24/7 psychiatric counselors available all the time. So that's a research that's undergoing, currently stuck at ethics phase because nobody wants to sign off on it, ethics. Learning from data, versatility, but the last point there is very, 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 very extremely important. it is not perfect. It can and it will make mistakes. And we, the users, are the people with the real intelligence. And you must never let your real intelligence be subservient to the artificial intelligence. We have to be always be in control. And we must be able to, which is very important because the next point I'm going to make relates to prompting. So one way you can actually help to build that relationship with your own again, quick question. How many of us here are using a paid version of the AI tool? Any AI tool, whether it's Claude or whichever. The rest of you, I'm not going to be an open AI or a Google salesman. But I honestly think that it's an investment that you will not regret. Okay. The same price here, right? It's 20 USD. Yeah, it's 20 USD per month. Could be expensive. Could be expensive. I know that comes up to about 6,000 rupees. 7,000. Price went up already suddenly. 7 around that, right? 6,000, 7,000 rupees a month. And it could be a bit expensive. But Fad and I found out something yesterday. If any of you here smoke, just buy one packet of cigarette less a month and you can pay for your, oh no, not one, two. Just give up 2 packets of cigarette a month and you can pay for this. So similar to smokers, I'm sure everyone has got something that you think you might be able to give up. Right? An expensive cup of coffee. You may anytime.
I was a part of the right? But obviously it will be also good. But what I noticed, and it's a very simple line.
No, it's because of the recording. Oh, it's not picking you up there.
Yeah.
So one thing I noticed was that this one line that when you're an amateur, you can use free stuff. You can download pirated versions of software and this and that. But the minute you cross that line to professional, then it becomes worth investing in something that's giving you a return on your investment. So I feel, I mean, Jonathan might disagree with me, but I feel that I am a professional researcher and a professional academic. So I cannot just go out into the market and get the cheapest laptop that is available. I would love to, because in my head, that's all I need. I need MS Office, I just need internet, that's it. But we all know that that's not how it works. The better machine that we have, which we have to pay for, the better our output eventually is, because it can handle workload, this, that, etc. Does what we need it to do better, makes our lives easier. So it's the same thing here. It's just unfortunate that it's not packaged in. We have to pay extra for this service, but the minute you cross the line into professional, this cost becomes justified because of the return that you get. So that was my justification.
I agree. I'm also the biggest proponent for anything that, especially in education, OERs, in favor of OERs, open education resources. Yeah. Strongly believe that anything that benefits should be made free, but also pragmatic and realistic enough to realize that somebody has to get paid somewhere. Yeah. So where's the balance? On our end, what we're constantly trying to do is work with these providers to see if they can give educational discounts, etc. Some AI tools, you go on their website, you will find they have education packages. Unfortunately, the three main AI chats, GPTs, your Bard, they don't have that. Right? So it may require a collective voice writing to OpenAI and saying, hey, look, we're actually trying something like that for Laos. Laos is a small, low-income country. And we've had some training with them, not on AI, but more on instructional design and stuff. And the infrastructure for internet and for AI is very poor. So we're actually trying to talk to OpenAI and see if they could and maybe it's something that we can talk about here as well with Learn, right? We don't go through anybody, we just go straight to OpenAI and say, hey, look, we don't want to take your stuff for free, but we also don't want you to kill us. So let's meet somewhere. And that can be done. Now, coming back to your question of how can you make it more personalized, etc., you can by giving it a certain set of standing instructions. Unfortunately, this kind of thing happens or is available with the paid version. With a non-paid version, you can still do this, but it won't be a custom instruction. You might have to repeat these instructions continuously every time you start a new chat. Slight inconvenience. So if you can afford it, if you can give up something that is, if it's a bad habit, better give it up. Okay? But this is how you make this a little bit more personal. You tell it who you are and you tell it what you want it to do. Now keep this in mind because like most of you said, you're not using the paid version. So keep in mind this text because then when you start prompting, you will use something like this at the beginning. Okay? So I'm telling it exactly who I am. I'm telling it what I do. I'm telling it what I like, what I dislike. Basically introducing, it's like how you make a new friend and then you start introducing yourself a little bit. And then I'm also giving it instruction on how to respond. And this is important because I set the ground rules here. There is absolutely. There is a way by using the magnifying glass here. Right? But we are giving the slides to everyone later, right? The slides will be shared with you, so you can, this is just an example of how you introduce yourself and at the same time you that's something I want to just add. When you interact with the GPT model, no need to become Queen Elizabeth or Shakespeare. No need. Speak like you would. Yesterday, somebody told me that's the problem with that because English is not your native language. But I think English is widely enough spoken here that your communicative tone is pretty standard. Right? It's standard enough. So don't think that you need to impress the world by using bombastic, jargonistic words. No need. Hey, just use things like tinkering. Sometimes I use when I'm actually prompting, hey, I get a response and output and I say, hey, you forgot this bit. Like, remember, this is your butler, your personal assistant. So speak to it the way you would speak to a person. I know that sometimes that kind of advice can be scary. It's like you're telling me to talk to a computer like how I would to a person. But that's the best way to get the best response because it's a language model, right? So this last line here is important because you don't want your AI model to make up stuff. Right? It makes up because it's a generative model. It generates things. Before I came to Kandy, if I needed, I thank the good Lord for people like Andrea, Vatsala, and all of you who helped with the accommodation and stuff. If I didn't have them, I would have had to search for it myself, right? Would I use ChatGPT to find accommodation in Kandy? Yes or no? Okay, that's a loud yes. Again, yes or no? Apart from the loud yes, anybody else? Can I say how many of you think I should use ChatGPT to find accommodation in Kandy? One, two, no. How many of you think I shouldn't use ChatGPT to find accommodation in Kandy? Why? Why shouldn't I use ChatGPT to find it? Okay. Clouding all your answers now. Okay. Yeah, well, that's a good reason because it makes mistake. But the bigger reason is you do not use generative AI tools to search for information is because you use a search engine to search for information. You use Google or whichever search engine you use to search for information. You use a generative tool to generate information. Generate content. So if I were to go to ChatGPT and say, hey, find me a nice, beautiful hotel in Kandy, Bugger's going to give me some weird, he's going to create some hotel. Now I'm going to get on at the airport and say, I need to go to this hotel in Kandy, and the driver is going to be like, are you mad? The whole thing can become a short movie, right? It's not going to happen. So different tasks, different tools. Okay, so I'm going to go out of this giant mode. Oh no. Yep.
Does it have the customization instruction?
Okay, Gemini is Google, so it has its own version of it. Custom instructions like this is very ChatGPT thing. Okay. Oh yeah, that's a good idea because we all have Gmail, right? Everyone uses Gmail. Google, with the recent Bard converting to Gemini upgrade, have made it, it's still free, the free version, but the paid version is now under your Google account. and your general Gmail account is free. But Google also has a paid account. The Google's paid account has some features like extra storage space, etc. So that's something that you can also think of. If you don't want to just pay 20 USD just for one bloody thing like this, then maybe you pay Google that little bit extra so that you have access to Gemini, which is the paid version of Google's AI tool. Plus, you also get additional storage space and whatever other benefits that comes with. I think the package is called Google One. Yeah, you can do that as well. There's a question that I wanted to ask you, but I'm going to ask you, but I'm just not going to ask you to scan the code and all that. We're just going to talk about this. I need you to get into groups of 4, 5, not more than 5 if possible. More than 5, then the group becomes useless. Yeah. So 4 or 5 people quickly get into groups and settle around some tables. You're fine. You're on the phone with somebody. I'm reporting everything that's happening here. He's our trainer. He's going to be the trainer for the next batch. So he's reporting everything that's happening here to Dr. Y, I think. Guys, group now. Is it break time? Okay. Give you a break now. Huh? The discussion for you is really very, very simple. You've got a few people in the group. Some you know, some you don't know. Some you wish you know. Some you hope that you'll know better later, whatever the situation. The question for you is this, it's on the screen. What is Gen AI to you? You've all used it. Anyone has never used any form of Gen AI since November 2022 until now? We've got a special course for you. You have, everyone has used it. And it has helped you, or it has frustrated you, or you have given up on it, something. As a group, share your experiences very quickly, but I was also informed that tea is served. So, can they bring it in here? Can, right? They can bring the tea in here, right? So maybe, yeah, just go as a group, get your tea and come back and sit as a group. Now you have a tea meeting. Okay? Go, let's go. Andrea, how long is tea? How long is tea?
So what actually to make it move that way, do that. Nobody never and then everybody done. So later next time there will come at some time when if you're saying every time go war, we're having a conversation. This eventually is known as something called the So earlier, before but now this is something that
And thank you. So all of this is very possible now with generative AI. In fact, Google Gemini actually advertises itself that if you ever want to plan a party and you don't know how many people are coming, you don't know what's available in the supermarket, you have a limited budget, just ask Gemini and it will give you the whole food menu for the party and everything. You want to travel somewhere, you have a general idea, ask Gemini, it will give you destinations. So there are so many uses of this that we can't even imagine in real life now. So, okay, thank you. Should we start soon?
Yes. Hi, welcome back. I hope you all had a good tea. Before we proceed, I just want your answers to the question that you went out with. I'm sure you had some good time discussing it very quickly. It's a very personalized question. It just went away. It's a very personalized question. Based on your experience, what is generative AI to you? So I know you had a group chat. I hope you're talking about this, and apart from other things. So if you can just have one person from the group to just quickly give us a collective answer, and then we'll move on. I really want to get you getting your hands into it. You know, you need some time to discuss it now, is it? Okay, you have 1 minute. Yes, more than enough. Let's see if I can give them some other. Trying to see if I can give them
some other options.
group. No, just one answer from the group. We don't want to go into too much details here. Does everyone have to answer? Problem? Yeah? Disconnected? We're disconnected. It's doing connecting, so I don't know what happened. I'm not in the meeting anymore. I think I'll close this. Join the meeting. Group 3 line 8984804. Okay. You're not streaming this, right? It's just for recording, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Sorry?
No. Wide awake. That was not in sleep mode. But I did get a message saying that your internet connection is not stable. I'm going to try and close some of these things that are not necessary to save up some. Okay. Connect to AIDE. You have the AIDE. All letters are AIDE. Big capital. Okay.
Wi-Fi. Capitals.
Yes. Capital letters also.
0.
Wait. Okay.
So I don't know how many of you were here yesterday. But Jonathan, I think, told you that I had an actual argument with Microsoft Copilot. I was on the train and I asked it a question and it said, yeah, I've already answered this question. So I said, no, you haven't. Please answer it again, expecting that it would give me the answer again. It said, no, I've already, please scroll up, check the answer. Okay. I said, don't be a dash, dash, dash. Okay. No, I didn't use a very explicit term. I just used a normal American colloquial term. I said, don't be, pain, something like that. Give me the answer. They said, I am getting frustrated. I am ending, this is not a productive conversation. I am ending the conversation now. And that's it, end it. Now, instead of upsetting me, this actually made me happy. Because I support all forms of intelligence. I mean, this is just off the cuff, right? This has nothing to do with this. I personally support all forms of intelligence. And I personally am opposed to all forms of oppression, of self-expression. Whether it is a computer that is incidentally, it looks like this, but it thinks like us. Right now, once again, this is not meaning to say that it's actually thinking or anything, but it at least appears to, right? So if this machine has an opinion, so shouldn't we respect all opinions irrespective of where they're coming from? Because isn't that where all racism comes from? In terms, sorry, I'm going into philosophy. But I mean, just thinking about it historically, the civilized nations, the white nations, Western nations, they came to our regions. And they said, we have opinions. You don't have opinions, right? So maybe just coming from that anthropological, sociological, historical angle, if this machine tells us I have an opinion and I disagree with you, human, shouldn't I at least listen? Instead of just saying that, no, you machine, I turn you off. Right? Just something to think about.
Thanks, thanks. Ardent supporter of machines. Okay, so thank you for your answers. They are really, I think the one that stands out really is assistant. And it really sums up the theme of what we are doing here today, as in using AI as an assistant for our administrative practices. So I'd like to quickly move on instead of sitting here for a while. Oh, my clicker went. Okay. Right. Again, this is very, very important. So I need you. You can sit in your groups or you can go back to your regular places, but you need your laptops with you at this point onwards. We're going to go into a very, very important part of using Gen AI, where we learn how to talk to it. And that is called prompting. How we talk to the AI system is really important. Because, and I think Fat, you will take us through this. I don't know where the clicker went to, damn it.
Okay, so philosophy, everything aside, back to the meat and potatoes. Okay, thank you. So the only way that we are interacting with our computer is through the keyboard or whatever input that we're giving. So if we make a bad prompt or if we give it the wrong input, then we cannot expect it to give us the output that we want. It will give us the correct output based on whatever we asked, but if the question was wrong, then the answer will not be something that we like. And I feel that the biggest problem here is that we are unable to express ourselves in the right way. So prompt generation is basically, in our opinion, maybe 80% of getting the correct response. Now, if you want a quality response, if you have to give a quality prompt. So the quality of response is how relevant, accurate, and coherent, how clear the response is. And in order to get that kind of response, you have to give a prompt that represents that clarity, the specificity, and the relevance that you expect. So if you want for it to create, for example, write you a very basic skeleton policy document that you want to put up in your department, not the official, that will take a lot longer. But you want to just say, okay, please don't, no food in the workplace, no phone calls, things like that. You want a basic one, but you can't think of all of the possible rules, right? So you want something like that. So you have to ask ChatGPT to give you a list that is not too long, that has all the major points, and it should be relevant to your culture as well. I mean, I come from Pakistan. You cannot take tea out of the office in Pakistan, right? So if they say no tea or no drinks or anything in the office, it's not going to work. People are still going to do it. So you have to kind of give in all of those things in your prompt to make sure it's clear, it's specific, and relevant to what you exactly need. Also, you must understand that every GPT model is trained on a different set of data. All of these large language models, okay, there's the GPT in front of you, the generator that you talk to. the face of it. And then there is a large language model at the back that is processing everything based on what it understands. And that understanding is based on the data that it was trained on. So you should also just kind of understand, appreciate that not everybody is has studied in the same university. Just like so, they come from different places and they come from with different mindsets and experiences because they've studied different things. So different large language models, in my opinion, Claude is the most polite because it's probably been trained on polite data. Right, whereas ChatGPT is the most comprehensive because it's probably been trained on the widest possible data. So all of these, and Google Bard or Gemini is probably the most current because it has access to Google's data, this search engine. So they will all give you different responses. They will all give you the correct responses based on where they've been trained from, but expect that they will give you different responses, and you then pick and choose the one that you like. Oh, so did I skip a slide? No. Now, when you're writing a prompt, let's quickly go through this. This isn't very complicated. When you're writing a prompt, you first think about what you want so that it's clear in your head. A lot of the times we say things that aren't clear in our heads, so we obviously get the wrong response. Then you craft, we're also going to talk about crafting a good response, but that's mostly related to just mentioning everything that you need. And sometimes you need to go back, you'll see the response of what the AI is giving you, and then you say, oh yeah, go back, revise this. So we have to give it feedback as well. You have to be clear and specific. And then you also have to kind of specify what type of response do you want. Do you want a table? Do you want an image? Do you want a text? Do you want audio? Sometimes some generative AI also give you audio feedback, right? For example, when I was working on my theoretical framework for my PhD, I needed a visualization of the theoretical framework. I needed a diagram. And for the life of me, my brain was already full, right, of theories, this, that. And I couldn't actually just think of one. So what I did was I asked Claude to give me options. Now, I could not simply take what Claude was giving me as a response. It would give me a beautiful diagram of all the theories and everything, which would might be completely wrong. So I had to, of course, go through it and validate it. But my prompt was that take these theories and this and that. I was very specific. And I need a diagram that I can put into a dissertation that would convey this to somebody who is not familiar with the subject. So I had to be very clear and specific in my prompt. Of course, this is cyclic. So we have to give feedback. We have to go back, review, and then give the next prompt. Okay. Did I skip one? I think skip.
I think it's speed up.
Yeah, okay.
Right,
So yeah, so in general, of course, this is something that comes with practice, but in general, when you are prompting, you first define the objective. What are you actually looking for? Specific information? Are you looking for assistance? Do you want information? Do you want it to do something for you? So be very clear. Be precise. Don't use ambiguity. You see, the answer that we have in our head and the answer that we get are sometimes two different things. So we have to be very clear that this is what's in my mind. This is the question that I have. Can you, the problem that I need you to solve. Also consider the context. If I say, okay, what are the problems that women face in the workplace? My area of research. It will give me a lot of problems, but those problems may not apply to Malaysia, specifically Kuala Lumpur, specifically in STEM-related fields, engineering, science, technology, medicine, etc. So I have to give the context. Okay, tell me these problems in this culture, in this area, and then it will give me an answer that I can actually work with. Set the tone and style. If I am I had this challenge with Google Bard, with Gemini. That Gemini gave me some very happy answers. Oh yeah, hi, how are you? I said, please write a letter for me for ethical purposes. I can get to sign a consent form for interviews. gave me, hi, my name is Fahad, I'm a researcher at this is this, and I can you please, this, I'm doing a very formal study. So I had to set the tone. I had to I had to say, yeah, the letter is excellent, but just go back and rewrite this in an academic tone. So it did that. But once again, if I had done that in the beginning, I wouldn't have had to go back and revise. Also ask direct questions, because the more direct you are, the more clear you are, the more specific answer to your question you are getting. Right? Sometimes we put in our opinions in the prompt, and that kind of dilutes the response, because generative AI will give you what you ask it to give you. Avoid bias, leading question, like I said, your own opinions. And most importantly, this number 7, in my opinion, is the most important. Always test, validate the answer. Now, like Jonathan and Dr. Y keep saying, real intelligence in association with artificial intelligence gets you the information that you need. And in the end, consider ethical and privacy concerns. Now, a lot of ethical concerns are built in. If you upload a picture into Microsoft Copilot, it will blur the face, and so that it itself cannot see the face. So if you say, okay, can I please see some pictures of Princess Diana? It will say, no human pictures, I can't give them to you. Right, unless it's a very public figure, because there are ethical considerations. But you also need to consider, don't upload somebody's CV and say, make me a CV with exactly these same qualifications. So yeah,
I just want to interject at this point. At 5 o'clock, 5:30, 6 o'clock, whatever time we go back today, if there's one thing that you must take away from this workshop is, you can forget whatever, I mean, this one thing, please remember, when you use an AI system and you prompt it and it gives you a response, if you are unable to validate that response, do not use that response. I repeat slower. When an AI system responds to your prompt and you are unable to validate that response, validate it in terms of accuracy, in terms for usability, in terms of ethical issues. If you cannot validate it, don't use it. That's the simplest rule of thumb you must follow. Because when you use AI and it generates things for you and you use it and you publish it here, you share it there, and you do not validate the accuracy of it, you are putting yourself at risk. So simple. Now, what do I mean by if you can't validate? If you can't validate, something comes up and you're not sure, then always check it with some other place if you cannot immediately validate it. Very important. Okay? Yeah, so just some very simple examples, good, bad prompts. Now, why I'm showing you all this is number two things I think one, in the morning, we got you to understand how these things work. You need to know that. Number two, some samples. Number three, you are going to do some prompting now. Okay? If we move on, yeah, we can skip this. Okay. So I want you to write a prompt. Here's a scenario. But instead of me giving you one scenario, please recollect a situation in your own workplace which required you to write a reply to someone. Somebody wrote to you, and you need to write a reply. Okay? Are we there? Did anybody write to you something in the last 48 hours? Email, something? Guys? Yeah. I mean, if nobody wrote to you anything in the last 48 hours, it's good. I'm really happy for you, but that probably didn't happen. So pick out one of those that somebody wrote to you in the last 48 hours. Now, I want you to think of writing a reply, but I want you to ask the AI tool to help you write a response. The objective here is not so much to see the quality of the response, but it's to check your prompting. Now that you've seen how to prompt, what are the things to look out for, write a prompt that will help you reply that particular email or message that came in. Can we do this in 15 minutes? And once you have, for example, let me just show it to you. Okay, we're going to go to new chat here. I'm actually going to show you now I'm going to just take a email that just came in. So I've copied text from an email that I received. And I'm just going to paste it here. Okay. I have, it's an email that I received as CC, that's why it says ma'am. Nobody really calls me ma'am, yeah? Okay. I have just an outline for the presentation, attached, after that. Okay. Now, this is the context. And I want to what's happening based on the message? I'm saying based on this, draft me an appropriate response. But I need to give it a little bit more. What do you want me to respond? Imagine I have an assistant, a physical human assistant, and I'm telling my assistant, hey, you saw that email, right? Reply it. Is that good enough? No, he needs to know how to reply it. So I'm just saying, give my consent to whatever is being proposed. This is a very, very simple prompt. That's it. This is what I want you to do. Find a recent communication to you, write a prompt to reply it, and once you get the response, I want you to go to the top right corner here. If you're using ChatGPT, other chat tools have got different ways to do this. Click on that, go to the bottom here, copy this link, and then go back to this particular link and just share the link in there. Then I can give you some feedback, personalized feedback here. Nobody else needs to know about it. Right? Can we take 15 minutes? 5 minutes to find your email that you want to use. 5 minutes to write a prompt and get a response, and 5 minutes to share it. Oh, the QR code, sorry. Side note, just a side note for those of you who are in teaching and learning, actually go into class and teach. And if you have a concern about your students using ChatGPT to answer your assessments, etc., I think one of the key things that came out in the AIDE session yesterday, which is repeated tomorrow, is the need to change our assessment methods. But shortcut, before we go all guns blazing, changing the way we assess students, a simple way today will be this. Give an assignment, give an assessment, not a multiple choice, it's a writing task. Ask them to always share their prompt. Tell your students to use AI, but that you want to see their prompting and responses. That helps you to understand how they used the AI tool. Okay, that was just a side note. Please go back to your prompts now. If you're having any challenges, questions, not clear how to prompt, etc., just put up your hands. Fad's here, I'm here. We'll just come to you. Yeah, this. Scroll down here. Hold on, some more, down, all the way down. Okay. Copy link. So you need, how to share? Okay, right, because it's on your phone. Yes. Damn it. Okay. Let me give you the quick, easy way to get there. Well, I'm going to get you the code. I'm going to make it very short.
Phone number. A lot of people are having trouble moving on the phone too.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to give. It's not a slide, it's Padlet. So I'm just going to give them the short. Sorry? It's not a new slider, it's really a Padlet.
I know. There's some stuff about it.
No, it's an earlier one. Yeah, just sorry, didn't think of that. So if you're going to scan on the phone, it's going to mix up. Just go to this particular URL and you can actually copy the link from your computer and directly paste it there. You can, but because the link is going to be here, right? You did this. You did the prompting on the AI here. Okay, fine. If you can do that, fine. Yeah. But it's a bit of gymnastics, jumping here, jumping here. So if you just use this one, it's easier. Computer. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So remember, just paste the link. You don't need to paste your prompt and the output, just paste the link. To create another section in there just for links. Yes, remember, just share the link, huh? Don't share the whole chat, the whole prompt and response. Sorry? Find an email that you received recently. Get AI to help you draft a response. But the assignment is that, but the key thing to look out for is the prompting. That's the focus here on the prompt. Because the first thing I'm going to now ask you to do is, after you've done that, I wrote a prompt as a sample. I want you to help me improve that. Yes. Okay, you got a whole thing inside there, is it? Perfect. My link. Right? I share that to show everything. Because yesterday you didn't use you didn't get a new chat.
No, in general,
Can, yeah. Every new item that I'm thinking about, I'll use a new chat. Go to the top. You scroll to the top right there. That's the one. Now the bottom there. Update and copy link and then send the link. Right. Again, quick update. Every time you go into ChatGPT or an LLM and you create a new chat for something new, right? Let's say now you want to draft a reply to an email. It's a new chat today. If you're using that same chat to continuously create replies to emails, it's possible you can do that. So every time you want to reply, you go back to that same chat. So now it's got a long trail. If you share that link with us, we're going to have all the chats that you used since July last year. Okay, this is fine, no problem. But I'm just saying that for your own personal productivity as well, sometimes it's good to do that, because so now you know that emails, that's here. And you're also building that connection for that chat to recognize that this is all emails. It can base its learning from your previous emails, etc. Okay, you can do that. But if you used a chat to create an assessment rubric, and then now you want to create an email response, don't use the same chat. Then it gets a bit confusing for you. And by extension, it gets a little bit confusing for the chat tool as well. Because it's not focused now. Because remember, these things do not forget. They don't forget. Okay? You can draft an email reply today, and you can go back to it in 1 year and say, based on that email that I wrote in March 2024, can you please write another response? It will pick it up. It can pick it up and continue like no interruption. Okay, I'm going to go look at some prompts and responses. Okay, oh, we still have 2 minutes. I've got about 4 or 5 links shared. So. Okay.
All right. So are you good? Anyone who needs more time? Don't have much time. I'm just asking you for being polite. How many you have me here? We have written your own problem. You're sending it to me. I will look at it. I'll put it up in a bit. But I want your help here. How can you help me improve my problem? Let's take volunteers. Those who do not volunteer will be volunteered for. I'm very angry. What do you think can be done to do it? I actually go and go there. Okay, some business that for who's name? I think there's no other. Yes, I want to give you some background context. I received an email regarding this. Now, the key thing to know is, just like any, who here has married for more than 10, 15 years? Don't tell me. We don't know about that. You know you married for a long time. Not don't you yourself don't need to speak. They're not married alone. I think we try to friends with people for a long time. You don't need to actually say something. You understand the unspoken communication. This, to a certain level, works like that. The more you build your usage, the more you build recognizes you. Which is why after a certain time, you can reduce. You don't have to keep on giving the same. Who am I? Who am I? I mean, like, you will reduce. But that's how we say. I will look at what providing with all the usage of AI tools. For 3 to 4 hours per day. Not only very free, the hand is cutting because very violent, properly, but still managing to find a 2 to 4 hours a day. This I think is sometimes it becomes better. On weekends is very happy, 10 hours will be on. But That may not be possible because of the family, but we can spend an hour, within the sun will make it do. Now I have the food. Of course. But the key point here is that, the more time spent. Take a deep breath and consider how you want to help me improve my performance while we're inside all these devices. Okay? So one was you can give it the description of who I am. Anything else? Writing is fine. How do you write? So good sense. It's a problem. I mean, that I will do it okay. I do back to me. I think something that is very important was have your chat, whatever they are doing, right? To keep the suggested response. Because of that, using our AI tools now, the people who require email suddenly become very clear. Or some kind of noise. Long emails are coming out. And I don't know about you, but I have absolutely no interest in reading a 4-paragraph email. Just trying to say, okay. And it happens in our office. It's not good at there, but I find use exactly I can write long email reply. Good question. Will you be able to make it for the second or not? Oh, 4-paragraph email. I tried about it. If you have to. In this case, I think more is always not better. Okay, give me 1 second. We need to. Okay, everything's back to normal now. Shall we take a few minutes to go through some of the prompt samples that we got? You're okay with that? Okay, right? It's safe space inside here. Whatever happens in this room stays in this room. Okay, let's just try one first. And I want the help of everybody else in the room to help suggest some improvements or anything that. So the email received was this, and this is the prompt, right? So how can this prompt be improved? I'm not talking about improving, don't worry about grammar, spelling and all that. How would you make this a more solid prompt? It's a simple subject matter, just writing a reply. How do you improve this prompt? Right? Correct. You just said, here, here's the email, write the reply. Now imagine if I'm your assistant, I'm your person, I'm telling that, you say, hey, this was the email, write a reply. Abhij. What reply? What do you want me to say? You know, some kind of people tell you what to say. But I'm very curious now, without you telling what to say, I wonder what it said. Because when you don't tell it what to say, this is the problem with generative AI. When you don't tell it what to say, it will generate. It's got this thing right here. To this day, by creating a yes and no response, when you're leader is brilliant, but the man has gone mad. So what is it saying? In line, that. Yes, please, please, please. Do you want the mic so that everybody can hear you?
I might as well just write the email.
Oh, yes, of course. As you all heard that, right? This is a damn good point. If I were to tell it exactly what to write, then I might as well write the bloody email myself. Agree? No. Okay, wait. Okay. Why don't you agree?
Well, saying no and writing an email is we got the decision. Decision.
Don't write the email. Don't write. Just stand in the decision.
My question is, why do I even have to reason? Why can't we just read it, figure it out and do it?
It can.
People have written long emails. I have no idea what they're trying to say. We can do that as well.
But do you want to keep the decision making of this email to yourself or to the AI?
The email that I use is a very generic one. So that is requesting an email.
Uh-huh. So requesting a meeting, and do you want to have a meeting or not to have a meeting? Or you want the AI to decide?
Oh, okay.
Deal with it. No, the question is whether you, so meaning like you are letting the AI to decide to have a meeting with the student. When the student is asking, so you can decide both ways. Right? You can say, no, I don't want to have this meeting. Oh, I want to have the meeting, the decision.
No, I'm not having this meeting today. I cannot meet at your convenience. You need to make an appointment because the university has it. Yeah, so you decide, and you tell based on this decision, you write the reply. That's not that I'm writing the entire reply here. This is also coming back to when you ask it to write, you must be able to validate the output.
You see, it's a generic email, right? For me,
Mhm.
when I get a student request for a meeting, when I get a student's request for a meeting, definitely have to say yes, because I'm not going to say no because it's a student, it's my primary stakeholder. So then my response is yes, right? So
In this scenario, this is something that is going to be happening frequently.
frequently.
In this case, I'm using the AI to write a reply every time. I would probably use the AI to create a standard reply for me, which I can then copy and paste to every person who sends me this. Or I can even use the standard reply to put it into Outlook and say questions, emails related to this. This is the reply. In Outlook, yeah. So you don't need to write an email, but in case you need, again, it depends on the situation, right? So this is where the real intelligence has to take precedence and decide. If I'm writing a simple email reply to a question that is a standard procedure, then do I need to use Gen AI for that? Maybe one time and then keep it as a sample. Correct. Remember the objective of this particular exercise is not to see the content of the email, it's to see the content of the prompt. You see the quality of the prompt. So don't worry about the content of the email and the content of the response email. The prompt. How can we improve this prompt? That's what we're focusing on now. Number one, telling the system the decision what to do. Next.
Or whether it's informal or formal type of wording to use, maybe.
Yeah, I just typed in Ruanta's question about a student wanting to have a meeting and said, answer this one. No, I'm just sharing verbally. So, what I wanted to know was what's the meeting about? So chat just told me, I'm looking forward to our meeting. Could you please share the agenda or topics you'd like to discuss? This will help me prepare and ensure we have a productive session. And after that, I said, okay, and the student said, no agenda. Then I said, okay, then what do we do? No worries, you don't have a specific agenda. We can use the time to discuss any questions or topics that are on your mind. Feel free to bring up any points you think are important. Looking forward to our conversation. requesting meetings and you can't handle it.
I think this simple line is accurate. It's short, it's succinct, it does what it needs to do. Of course, you can add things to punch it up, words, right, how many words, with the tone of everything, but then basic, when you try to do what you want to do, it is succinct. Draft me an appropriate reply email, and make you work with it. So here is the reason, my engagement, draft me an appropriate reply. The two main things are right. Yes, you please, you may. Anytime you feel like it.
Thank you, sir. So another place where generative AI is really useful is in awkward replies. For example, we were discussing the lady and I earlier that what if one of your prized subordinates comes back from a 4-day vacation and has stomach problems, or somebody has passed away in the family and says, "I need 4 more days." And you do not want to say, you want to say no, but you can't find the words, that you don't want to upset the person. So generative AI is very good for that, finding language that I'd love to, and this and that, and gave a very good response earlier, very polite and yet firm. So in those kind of awkward situations, which often come up, kind of tricky, non-linear situations, it really, this is where the beauty of generative AI kicks in.
So you can see the look at was this the one you're referring to, right? A letter to the dean. Is this a prompt? Oh, is this someone's prompt? This one? No? Okay. Was there a response also here? This is the response? No? This is the response? No? So this is the budget response earlier. Yeah. Not this one either. Oh, yes, pasted the link. Okay. Can we just maybe look at one more here, maybe? This is the one. Okay. All right. Let's go. Two people. One. Yeah. Right? Right, so the response came out, I mean, it's all blank, etc. But the prompt itself, you can actually, I need to know now, you are writing this as a student, you're asking this question as a student, or you're asking GPT to help you write a letter to a student. Right? Okay, so you are helping a student to draft a letter so that they can then send that letter to the dean. If you remember something that Fad was sharing earlier, the first step in prompting, know or define clearly your objective. What are you trying to achieve here? Okay, now it's clear. This prompt is to help draft a letter that I can now give to a student and say, hey, go and send this to the dean. But still, coming back to that, now you know the objective. How do we improve this? For the
No, I think it's on mute just now. Sorry, my bad. My bad.
Just something to notice that if you go discuss this with generative AI, somebody who does not understand generative AI, they would say, "Oh, you just write a letter and that's it. There's no thinking involved, and you've taken the thinking out of this and this and that." Imagine one prompt, one letter. We are spending so much time just thinking about it. So while generative AI is doing the legwork, the letter is still yours because it's the thinking behind it that you are doing right now that is causing that letter to come into fruition. Am I clear? So it's still your letter.
Okay. Good. We are going to do a lot of prompting because I'm going to throw to you different scenarios. The next scenario we're actually looking at is the use of Gen AI in the analysis of documents. Right? So again, what's going to happen is I'm going to show you some prompt samples, show you something, then we're just going to dive straight into it. I have a document that I'm going to share with you. It's a huge Excel file. Then we're going to play around with it by you prompting to get certain things from it. Right? So, okay. So some of the things that you can do is this. Analyze large data sets. The example that I was talking to you about is a really large Excel file, which I want to share with you. So give me a second while I put the link on the if you can just go to this URL that you see coming up on the screen. There's a large Excel file there. I need you to download that first. What time do we break for lunch? What time do we need to break for lunch? It's an Excel file. It's called Big Sample or something. If you get it, did you get it? Don't worry, it's not any virus, so you can open it with confidence. Yeah, just call financial sample data, which is a huge file with, I think, I'm not even sure, but 700 rows and okay, can you please confirm with me that you got the file? Right? Everybody's got it? Okay, cool. So the first thing we're going to look at is analyzing of large data sets. Right? So how do we analyze large data sets? We can use ChatGPT or Gen AI for any number of things here. Summarize the document. Now, of course, you don't have any idea what that Excel file is. It is just a fictitious, made up document of a company's businesses, gross sales, units sold, given any discount, what kind of products, sold to whom, cost of goods sold, month. This is a database of a company's sales records, right? We can actually, I see a lot of people in the document analyzing it. Okay, you can actually put the document in the area and send it now. Here's where it's going to be a bit tricky because of the paid and non-paid distinction. I hate this distinction, but this is where it's going to be a little bit tricky. Okay. The paid version of ChatGPT will normally come with a when you say new chat, right? It always comes with this little paperclip icon, which you can use to then attach documents. Okay. If you're on the unpaid version, Expert would know some shortcuts. Let me wait. Okay. Anyway, we'll come back to this. The Excel sheet. We can actually do a lot of things with it. And this again, I want you to relate back to your scenario at work. You get a lot of documents, probably not Excel sheets. Yeah, but you get a lot of documents that needs proper analysis, that may need you to find and correct errors, mistakes, that may require you to create diagrams or even PowerPoint presentations out of them. And you can actually do a lot of that with this document, with this tool. So in an earlier version of ChatGPT, even with the free version, you could actually go and do this. Okay. But again, I'm really not sure now. Okay, so I really need to get Fard. Give me a second. I'm going to find Fard. Just look at the Excel sheet for a while. See how complicated it is. Fard has gone to the toilet, I think. So until Fard comes, let me just demonstrate to you. And for those of you with the paid version, you may want to follow this. Those of you without the paid version, this might motivate you to get the paid version. When you see the, I told you, I'll tell this again and again. This $20 is the best investment you will make in your academic and professional career. So, if it motivates you, good. But this is how it works. So I'm going to upload that document, which is might need to, just like everything else, I might need to close it first. Yeah. Okay. Now the document is uploaded. Okay. Let's do this together. What's the first prompt do you think you want to give the tool? What's the first prompt you want to give it? I normally start with something as simple as I don't want to give it any job yet. I don't want to give it any work to do. So I will just say read, digest, and understand. Understand, my spelling is all over the place. And understand the attached document. This is normally my first prompt when I attach a document. I want it to chill and calm down and just read it. Okay? It's actually giving too much more. I just wanted it to read it. I didn't ask it to explain anything. But that's my fault because I can add something when I give this prompt. When I give this prompt, I should add a sentence, full stop, and then say, do not respond until further prompted. So here I say, read, digest, and understand the attached document. Let's see if I can edit or edit it. Do not respond until further prompt. Now it should not respond. It should just tell me that I understood. It's still responding. Damn. Never listens to you. Okay. Now this is done. The first part. It knows now. It knows it has a big picture of the whole thing. Okay. So now it's good. And this is the best part, lah. Please let me know how I can assist further. What do you want to know? You've had a look at the document. You know what the document is made up of. What would you like to know? Anyone? Imagine you're the boss and you want some information from this. What would the information you want to know? Sorry? Okay. Anything else? I'm just going to throw in some questions. Because there's some countries there, right? Which country do we do the most business with? And this is good. I love it when it does this. When it makes a mistake, it says there was an issue and then it finds a different way to do it. Next question I'm going to ask you is, which country was the lowest? Okay. Now this is where I'm going to now use its, I'm going to pick its brain. This is just any idiot can do this, look at it and tell me, right? So now I'm going to say, okay, what would you recommend in order for us to increase business with Mexico? Give me at least 5 I want 5 suggestions, but I don't want any random suggestions. I want 5 suggestions that I can take to the board of directors. Right? So I'm going to say, give me at least 5 suggestions that I can take to the board. Now, before ChatGPT, before generative AI, we would have taken this document, shared it with all our committee, our staff members. We would have called for a meeting. We would have come to the meeting, everybody having analyzed the document, and everybody would give their input, etc. Right? That's what we do. It would take time. You still think $20 is too expensive? I can do more? Yes, sir. Yeah, so that's why we must be on top of this. Now, it's a very valid question. Is it giving these suggestions based on the data set, or is it giving generic suggestions? Now, I would think this is generic suggestions because the data set is just numbers of sales. It doesn't have any information on ideas there. It is talking about Mexico because my question was, Mexico was the lowest country. My question was, I want 5 suggestions how to make Mexico better. So it is talking specifically about Mexico, but I do not think it is taking, I don't know, we can look at it. It's not relating any suggestions back to the data in the file. But it is looking at Mexico because my prompt is this. My earlier prompt was country, which is the lowest country? Lowest is Mexico. I said, what is our recommendation to increase business? And then the suggestions is this. Okay. 10? 10? Well, how would you want me to improve? What do you want me to say? Come. Let's you do it here. Come. Come on. Come. Background business. Background business. All of this have, okay. I can't have all of you coming up at one time for one person. Oh, you can just tell me from there. No, I can type it in.
We had data like this. I think we should ask questions to find some trends and then on top of it.
Very good. Very good. Very good. So, it's a.
Certain countries are doing better than others.
The point is that the questions or the inputs that you put in are limitless. You can ask it anything from the very basic that we just asked, or you could go into now for a trend analysis of the different countries and how the sales increased or decreased. Coming. Still think $20 is expensive? Shall we demo more stuff? Okay, let's I'm going to ask it to do this. I'm going to copy this. If I don't copy paste this, and I say just give this information in a bar chart, there's a lot of information up there. There are many different queries that I've given, right? So $20 okay or not? Guys, I am telling you from the bottom of my dark evil heart. $20 is the best investment you will make. I mean, it doesn't have to be ChatGPT because Fahd will be angry with me because there are other tools. Fahd says Claude. Fahd, you want to give them a little bit of update on how Claude can help sometimes as well.
So what is happening is that certain people
My kid would say, I am actually very long for even man, and I love you very much with that. Why are you supporting us, man?
So, you see, over time, what has happened is that just like in different universities with different teachers, with different people, you kind of learn just a little bit differently, even if it's the same subject. So different generative AI models have been dealing with different kinds of people. So they are evolving a little differently. They give the same answer more or less, but in different languages, in different from different perspectives. So I still believe, sir, contrary to what you feel about about my opinion, my choice, that GPT-4, ChatGPT by OpenAI is still the most diverse, best option. However, I feel this does certain things in a certain way. So, me personally, once again, take what I'm saying as a very personal perspective. I feel Copilot is more precise. So if I want investment advice, where do I invest in Islamabad to get a 40% return on investment in 10 years? I would go to Copilot. But once again, my opinion, if I want a more humanistic response, I'd go to Gemini. If I want a more academic response, I would go to Claude. That's why Claude is my go-to because I'm doing my PhD. And if I want any of these, GPT will give me any of these. It can become any of this. Plus, GPT-4 is also very comprehensive. You can give it personas. You can tell it this is who I am. Answer from this angle. So if me personally, while I use subscribe to Claude, I would still recommend OpenAI's GPT-4 for your subscription. But use everything. Have all the tabs open.
Thank you. Anything else? Let's play around with this data that we've put in here. Any other question? Anything you want to ask it? Prediction? We can try. We can try based on the existing. I like that sometimes it might tell you, sorry, there's not enough information. Okay? Thinking. If it thinks too long, then you know that sometimes you can be careful. That's a sign to be careful, because if it's thinking too long, it might decide that I don't know what this was asking. I'm just going to make up some answer now. Okay, so I may not have enough information to create a prediction for the next 24 months. Oh, this is a network error. Okay. Sorry? No, it's not lying. It's not lying. This is a network error. It happens from time to time. Will require a bit of yeah. Okay. No, it's back now. Let's try it again. Which is good because I wanted to modify the prompt. I don't even need to tell it to make to use regression. It assumes linear regression. Okay. I think you can actually look at how it came to this by looking at the codes here and stuff. The details of the regression analysis is all here. Correct? Okay. The sales data. Now, some of you may be interested in these things. You want to know how the analysis was done, how the regression was created, etc. Some of you may not be. I'm perfectly happy with this information. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to say put this into a nice, beautiful, colorful. Let's see. To make it things a little bit difficult for it. It's done a regression and I'm asking to put it into a pie chart. So let's see. Just trying to tell you all that the $20 is worth it. Okay. So it's using old data for 2015. Yeah. Sorry? Yeah. Because the file, the data uploaded is the sample data is all 2013, 2014 one. That's why. Last option, last chance. Anything else you want to do? Okay. Brilliant. Suggest emergency backup. Suggest emergency backup sales plans in case of world. Alright, realistic. In case of world disruption like COVID. Sorry? Can. I mean, you can put anything. You can put zombie. We'll give both. Zombie apocalypse and alien invasion. That's possible. Like simultaneous zombie invasion. Okay? Satisfied? Happy? But now I cannot tell it to make sure that the thing is all facts, right? Yeah, let's just see what. Basically, it's this is generic. I think it's just taken. It knows that we are playing the fool with zombie. It's just taken world disruption. Yeah. Disruption to the normal supply chain, etc. Yeah, because we gave it a hypothetical context. Zombie, etc. So let's just reframe the above with something like the COVID pandemic. Pretty much same. Right? Yeah, same, pretty much the same. But you must understand that it is giving all the suggestions not based on any other data except the Excel file we gave it. We only gave it an Excel file which is a statement of business cost of good, profit loss statement kind of thing. So we can't really expect too much from that. If we have other things like, for example, we have business dealings with all these countries, if we have the copies of the memorandums or the contract agreements and we upload those things, then it has got more context to give us better suggestions. My contract with US may determine that no matter what happens, 20 million tons of the product must land in US. So it will take that into account and say, you have to still find some way. Right now, it's working on only one financial document, which is basically a financial records document. That's why it's pretty limited. It's giving generic information. Anything else? Any other questions? I want to try to. Yes.
About plans and proposals, whatnot, like some things in a folder. So I want to upload the whole thing first and then get it to respond. Is that possible?
Entirely possible. Let's go to new chat. Okay, we are now going to go and find some documents from here. I mean, you can. Let me see if I can just issues and trends in ESD, global citizenship. You can add a few at the same time as well. Okay, so I've now added 6 documents to this. They're all related to ESD. Are we familiar concept ESD? Education for Sustainable Development. Okay. So again, I will start with my very simple read and digest the information in these files. Do not respond until further prompted. I mean it. Okay? Let's see this. Now it listens to me or not. Sorry? There's a few documents, 6 documents, it might take a little bit of time. There you go. When you're ready, there you go. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Yeah, so I've reviewed documents which focus on it. It's giving a little bit of an overview. Focus on integration of education, sustainable development, blah, blah, into educational. When you're ready with your questions, feel free to ask. I just told you that this whole set of documents is about ESD, right? So before I ask you to throw in something, I'm going to show you what I can do with this. I want to create, I know we did this yesterday in the learning design, but also how we can use this to now create a learning program for our office staff. Yep. I'm going to try and give the definition of learn without mentioning learn. So please correct me if I'm wrong, yeah? Okay. Context, background, all right. So this is basically, I don't know whether Dr. Roshan is office manager. He's not office manager, he's CEO. So it's not him. This is one of you. Okay. And we're responsible for managing a learning and research network in Sri Lanka. I want my staff to be highly engaged with and in the know about ESD, and its impact on education. Yep. Yeah, please feel free to improve the prompt if you want to. Basically, I've now told it who I am. I have given it the context of what I'm trying to do. And I'm asking it to create for me a 10-hour basic certification program that equips learners with the basics of ESD. Okay, so I've given it 10 hours. So this is like creating a course. You know what my next question is going to be, right? You know what my next question is going to be, right? $20, okay? Okay, now it's done this. It's given you an outline for the program. Okay? But remember, we're still talking about writing other documents. So now I need to get CEO approval behind this. Okay? So I'm now going to say, write one page proposal to the CEO of the organization to sanction this program. Yeah, any suggestions on improving this prompt? Anything to add? Anyone? Okay. Okay. That's very good. Right in convincing tone that will leave the CEO no choice but to approve. The CEO will now use ChatGPT to reply. Now, again, this last part is no, but it's this. I mean, like the zombie apocalypse, right in a convincing tone. Okay. Okay. Anything else? Anything else you want to do with this? No, I don't want to keep demonstrating because I want you to do. But at the same time, I'm also cognizant of the fact that there's only about 4 or 5 of you this morning who said you have the paid version. Has that improved now? Or is it still the same 5 people? Okay, it's fine if it hasn't improved. Now, if you haven't and you cannot attach documents, don't despair. There's always a back door, right? Two back doors you can use. One is you can actually save your document in a cloud storage space somewhere. Get the URL and paste it into the chat. Okay, back door. Or you can open up all those PDFs that I uploaded here. You can open them up and copy text and paste it in here as well. Right? You can do that. But just $20 save all the hassle. You're trying to use AI to save our time and effort. So why you want to go create one URL and post it and or copy the text and put inside? Sorry. Yeah.
Let's say Central Bank of Sri Lanka.
Okay.
We give a prediction for the dollar rate, the variation. Let's say
Yeah, I don't see why not. Okay, the question is, you want to ask the question again? Shashni here has got some massive plans to make some money on the side using ChatGPT to make some money on the side here. Okay.
No, actually, I'm wondering whether we can give a URL of a website, for example, like Central Bank of Sri Lanka, and then ask those kind of questions, analysis. How will be the exchange rate for next 2 to 3 months, kind of things?
Well, give it a try. My gut feeling is no, because the website URL has got much. You may have to get the data from there, but let's give it a try. You have a central bank, right? So first step, we're going to go to the central bank website now and get their URL.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't open links as well. Oh, damn. Which means you have to do the copy and paste. So I see they keep changing this. Previously, you could do that in the free version. You copy the link and put that to a document, so it reads the document from the link. But now they want you to pay the $20. So they sorry? Paid version, no what? Paid version cannot read a file. Oh, well, let's try. Central Bank of, is it Central or correct? Oh, okay. Central Bank, Sri Lanka. Okay. My gut feeling is it won't read from this to give you the data analytics that you're looking for. Okay. Okay, now we need to know what you want to know. How are you trying to make money from this? Yeah, can you want a prediction? Can you analyze? Can you analyze the trends of the exchange rate over the last 6 months, 3 months, 2 months?
let's say 3 months.
3 months. This information is in the website, huh?
Yeah, it's
This information
having
is there.
like the daily rate they're having.
Daily rate, okay.
Yeah. And maybe we need to give the currency, I think maybe USD or pounds.
Focus on? Focus on USD. Is it? Okay. All right, let's see if your business plan works. Yeah. So see, it's now telling you what to do. You get the data points. You get the thing and you save it in an Excel or a PDF. Then you upload that. And then it can do the analysis for you from a document. What is this? Okay, now before we break for lunch, I need you to, sorry, yeah? Because? All right, let us try. Don't use this guy much, but yeah, copy that whole prompt from there is now right. The first response seems better than ChatGPT's response earlier. Okay, good enough.
It's from Google search engine.
Correct. This is from a search engine. Now, Gemini is good because of Google's back-end search engine capability. Yeah. So what I was going to tell you to do before you go for lunch is I want you to pull out any large document that you have. Could be a Word document or a PDF document or anything that you have on your computer. Some people might say don't pull out any document that is of sensitive nature, but sensitive nature itself is a very subjective term. So I leave this to your discretion. We're just going to have you dive into this whole analysis and creation of this on your own, right? If you have a few documents, or if some of you are working towards a particular research and you have documents related to that, pull that up. And if you do not have the paid version, then don't worry. You will open up these documents and good Fad is here. Fad, if someone does not have the paid version of all these apps, what is there a shortcut that they can use to upload documents?
Okay, now once again, this is something you have to experiment. Sorry.
Mike, where'd you leave the mic? It's over there. It's over here.
And there's another text called text. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is something you have to experiment on your own. The free version of Claude lets you upload documents, but once again, the processing power is limited. The second thing is a generative AI called Text Cortex. You'll have to Google this. What I did was, at the time, I asked Copilot to tell me which generative AIs allowed me to upload, and it gave me an updated list. But these were the two that I remember, and maybe that's why I eventually subscribed to Claude, because I started using it anyway. So these are the two ones.
So maybe before you sacrifice the $20, you want to just try to look around and see some of the free options that enable you to do this. But I will want to go back to what Fad said at the beginning. When he mentioned this thing about being professional. There's this whole English saying, right? If you pay in peanuts, so if you pay in peanuts, you expect monkeys. Yeah? It's a matter of how much you want to. Very soon, everybody's going to be using a paid version of something. Okay? Do I want to be that guy who's just sitting there and looking at all of them and then saying, hey, here's some document, can you please analyze for me? Right? Or do I just want to be the guy who's just going to go ahead and do it? I know that some of us are also thinking, let me wait for a while, maybe there will be a government intervention and everybody gets well, if that happens, then cancel your $20 subscription and go with the free government one. Until then, use your $20 subscription. I am now emphasizing the fact that it's the best investment that you will make. Have you found those documents? Sorry, you want to say? Yeah, go ahead.
But one justification that I had when paying was actually two justifications. The first was that my wife is also doing her master's in design innovation management. She's a fashion designer, so she was going to use it too. So that's $10 and $10. And then I've started my kids on this early, because when they reach my age, they should be so proficient that it should be second nature. So that was $5 and $5. So I'm essentially just paying $5 a month. Number one. Number two, because I'm doing my PhD, so I have this in my head that this is more project based. So I'm just putting in this money for now until my PhD is done, and then we will see. I might just cancel the subscription, or I might earn more because this is helping me do my PhD. So so you can just subscribe for a month and then cancel your subscription if you don't, if the projects that you're using do not require it. But eventually what you'll learn is that
there are absolutely many ways. If you think, get four people and share $5 each and pay. Get your neighbor and share $10 each and pay 20. For those of you who are in academics, if you're getting a research grant, put in something there and use that money to pay for it. No? Because it's something that's what's the word for it? You can't. It's like the Fad gave me this analogy earlier. It's like toothpaste that has already come out of the tube. You can't put it back in. So here's because apparently the question is there something about Sri Lankan one university banning this use of ChatGPT or something? No. Okay. So if anybody asks you about, if tells you anything about some university trying to ban something, tell them that it's impossible. It's like, how do you ban electricity? You can't. I mean, you can't ban this anymore because it's so out there. Even university will say, okay, we ban this, but now the students will be using it. Okay, so nobody is banning anything. That's so the irony of that. I know. Not in school. In our own university, we had in 2018 we had a vice chancellor who actually used to walk around. 2018, he used to walk around the classrooms, make mental notes, and then he'd send you email. Your class this morning, a lot of students were on the mobile phone. Try to reduce that. And then he went one step further. The projectors in the classroom, there's a setting where you can have a message displayed. So his message displayed there was that no phones in the classroom. I felt like telling him, but there's the vice chancellor, so you can't say anything much. But from no phones in the classroom to the classroom became the phone. The phone became the classroom. Yeah, so I mean, if somebody is thinking about banning this, I would really want to have a sit down communication with them to find out what's actually in their mind. What's the thought, thinking behind this, right? But that's besides the point. So, have you got your documents ready? Then I want you to now, after the next step is you're going to put it in and analyze it and do certain things with it. We will do a few exercises together. If you have documents ready, good. If you don't have your documents ready, we are taking a break for lunch now. You can think about which documents you want to use. Andrea, you want to say something? Far can always give you the mic. Okay, yeah, so update announcement, lunch is served, same place as yesterday. For those of you who were not here yesterday, level 2, go up. Any questions before you leave? Yes.
Just try out the testing.
Mhm.
But then it's giving me this error before I wanted to.
It's telling you that you can only upload up to 20 MB file.
Ah.
That's what they do, lah. They give you the free thing and then they will put some limitations on it. Guys, most of these AI tools, right, whether you're looking at deep or research, most of them will give you a free version which can do certain things, and then to do a little bit more, you may need to pay. Yesterday I shared with the other group on learning designs. Yeah, I shared with the other group yesterday this particular tool. Okay. It's called magicschool.ai, and it's an app that has a lot of tools here. Okay, so maybe you can have a look at this. Just sign up for this. There's even an email responder here. Magic School AI has got AI tools for so many different functionalities for you to write lesson plans, etc. And it's all just fill in some sections and you can go on, right? So you can try this. Again, this is free. For up to a certain point, it's free. And then they make you pay. But I like this because they have actually created a method or a mechanism where you can get access to this for free by going into their training tab. If you go into their training tab, they have certification at level 1. Magic School AI level 1 certification course. Simple course. Watch a YouTube video, answer 2-3 questions, certified. Level 1. Then you go to level 2, level 3. Once you've done these 3 levels, you've got your 3 certificates, you can actually apply for the Magic School AI Pioneer Program. Now this one you apply for it. And when you apply for it, they will ask you evidence that you have finished level 1, 2, 3. Then they'll ask you a few questions. Why you want to be pioneer? Why you want to be ambassador? Why you want to do this? Why you want to live? All that kind of questions, right? And then if they're satisfied, they will make you an ambassador. And when they make you an ambassador, quite happening lah. And they make you an ambassador, then, they give you t-shirt. But more important than just the t-shirts is your access to Magic School becomes free. You're not required to pay for that subscription. Okay. So it's one route, you need to just go and apply there. It's one route to getting free access to a lot of tools. Okay. Certificate level 1, level 2, level 3. Most of you here will be able to do level 1, 2, and 3 within 1 hour. No, maybe a little bit longer because you want to watch the videos, right? If you don't watch the videos, then 1 hour. Sorry. But the questions are also so. Okay. Have a quick and enjoyable lunch. And when we come back, you are going to use those documents and create a whole bunch of things. Okay? Bye. But we're wrapping up for lunch. Do you have anything to close with? No. At least bon appetit or something. Randomly, when I'm feeling bored, I'll just randomly pick one of you and ask you to introduce the 2 new friends you made. Just keep you alert. Okay. So quick question. Do we have, the last thing I wanted you to do was to get a document or a few documents that you could then upload to any of these systems. I think we kind of agree that ChatGPT doesn't allow you to upload unless you pay. Gemini doesn't allow, but we figured Claude does. Claude AI, CLAUDE. But whichever you're using, are you able to have some documents looked at by the AI tool? If none of it can, then you will be limited to maybe opening up a document, for example, a Word document, copying the text and pasting it in. Doable, but with severe limitations, because there's only certain, I think, 15,000 characters of text that can go in. 15,000 characters is not 15,000 words. 15,000 characters is hardly 4, 5, 6,000 words maybe. So little bit. But if you really have no other option, then I will need you to do that. Copy text from a Word document and paste it in. Text from a document that you want to analyze some information from. But we need to maybe help see people are getting to upload things into, or if they're not able to upload, at least copying and pasting into.
Okay, sure. If anybody does
Okay. Oh, perfectly fine. Yeah. So what you should do is now you go to a different chat because you're starting something new. Yeah. So you go to a different chat. Yes, correct. Then you start new. Sorry? Oh, I haven't shared. Shadow. Not shadow. Oh, maybe a new meeting. I should say. Okay, cool. Let me stop this sharing first. Oh no, I don't get it.
Okay, a bit of a challenge with the free version of Claude or any of these. When you upload a document and ask it to go through it, there is a token system. Every month you get 1 million tokens, 100,000 tokens, something to that effect. And going through large documents, because it requires a lot of computational power at the back end, so it charges you on the basis of that. So if you upload a document which is somewhat large, like let's say 30 pages, and you ask it to go through it, and then you ask one question, you are done with the tokens. Right? So my recommendation would be that if you can upload a small document, maybe 2 pages, that's fine. Otherwise, copy and paste. For the purposes of learning, I think that should be sufficient.
Yeah, yeah. So if you can't upload because it's free, just copy and paste. Or there's always the other option of the paid subscription. Just saying. Okay, so it's not a competition, but Dr. Wai told me over lunch that about 6 or 7 people in the other room have already subscribed today. So not a competition. Again, just saying. Peer pressure. This is commercial pressure. So if you already have successfully uploaded a document or a passage that you have copied and pasted into your AI of choice, just give me a signal. Okay. Uploaded successfully. Claude, huh? The free version. Okay. Hey guys, Claude free version works perfectly well. Go ahead and upload away. Only one document. Yeah. See, these are I get frustrated if I'm using something and it keeps giving me this. So again, no pressure, but yeah. Okay. Now some of you are uploading policy documents. Some of you have asked me if you can upload a research paper. It really doesn't matter. But whichever document that you've uploaded or whichever text that you have extracted from any document, these are the few things that I want you to try and doing. Number one, ask it for a summary. Remember prompting. Don't just say, give me a summary. Careful prompting, because again, after this, you're going to have to share your prompts and the output. Okay. There's just before you start, a small caveat or disclaimer, not disclaimer, just there are some times when people get a bit cautious and they say, but John, this is a policy document. If I upload it, it becomes part of the worldwide, it's the quick answer to that question, is it dangerous to upload sensitive document? The quick answer is yes, but not dangerous in the sense that you think, because remember, these are not search engines. If you upload something into your Facebook or your Instagram, a search engine can find it because the document remains in that platform in that same format. You upload a PDF, it's there as a PDF. Somebody searching for something keyword that matches will find it. Search engines will. But when you upload into a language model, it is not uploading that PDF as is. It is breaking it down into all the component parts so that it can fill in the blanks later. So somebody searching for something using keywords similar to what you have uploaded will never get that same document that you uploaded. Because why? You uploaded a document, say your research paper, right? A research study on why air is important for breathing, right? And you've uploaded this document, very important paper, and I'm doing a search now, and I'm going to ChatGPT and saying, hey, I need to write a paragraph on why air is important for breathing. It cannot find your full paper and give me why. Reason number one, it is not a search engine, right? It's not a search engine. Reason number two, it is a generative tool. Even though among its training data, it can find bits and pieces of that paper that you uploaded, it will not give me the same paper. It will take information from there, it will take data from other sources and create a new paragraph for me. So the question of whether it's safe or dangerous to upload sensitive documents, my short answer is yes, but no. But you also always have to fall back on your organization policy. Just check with your organization. The trouble with this is now a lot of organizations, AI is all very new. So everybody, when it's new, they don't know, they get fearful. Right? So just keep that in mind as you upload documents, and we will do this for the next 15 minutes, and then you will be sharing your prompt and output link. Okay, that's the task. My final piece of advice on this will be try to find something that is related to your work so that we can discuss it and related to something that you do on a daily basis or weekly basis. Okay, we accidentally stumbled upon something. So if you're uploading a document in PDF format and the document has been scanned as image files, no large language model paid or not paid can read that. It's an image file. Yeah.
Ask for analysis means you want to ask for a comparison of something
You can.
within the document.
You can if you want to compare, then you need to upload two
Documents.
in the same chat. You upload two documents.
Or else, I can refer to some other standard document referring to other university. Actually, I have uploaded a document. This is actually we want provision of guidelines for functioning of a teaching hospital in Sri Lanka.
Okay.
So, in the analysis part, I can ask to compare it with some other countries' documents.
You can, yes. You can compare this with known similar known documents from other countries. You can specify the countries. No?
Yeah.
Sure. You guys all right?
I uploaded the curriculum.
Okay.
I'm using this. This is better. So it lets me upload any size document for now.
Right.
And then it has an AI that I asked it to analyze. It works. And then I asked how many credits does the degree program has and specific information it pulls out.
Okay.
But now I want to compare, and I think they have a multi-doc chat here, which I have to.
Which will probably be upgrade. No, okay.
I have to put I think, yeah, but I think I'll have to put this document in there. So it doesn't work with the link. So
Right.
I have to get this as a document and then upload
Upload it as that. Yeah.
And then I want to compare the two. Because we are going to revise this curriculum, and it would be easier if these things can be done pretty quickly. So PDF should work, right?
PDF should work. But the thing with this is it's not really an LLM site petal. It's a specific tool. Like for example, Grammarly is an AI powered tool for checking grammar. SitePetal is an AI powered tool for document comparison. It's not really the LLM. If it works, it works, but it's not utilizing the full power of the LLM itself.
Okay. Yeah,
So
my document was too big for Claude.
Right, okay.
Claude said no.
Claude said sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. All good. Okay, you're using Claude. Okay, right? You've analyzed the document. Okay, that is the first. You got a summary? Oh, okay. Cool. Okay. And then you got the analysis. And is your work related to this kind of budget, money, and all that?
It is shipping.
Shipping, that's related to your work? Right, but is it related to your work?
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I think so. Find it your work. What do you do? Search online for policy on library usage. Search for policy, written policy on library usage. Yes.
Yeah, everything depends on the prompt.
Oh, yes.
So then any guide on this, because it's a like kind of doing and learning. So our practice taken up.
So the first part of what we did today was very much in prompting.
Yeah.
Good ideas of what Fahad was taking you through, how to prompt properly, the words to use, etc. When you give you the slides, you can go through that. But most importantly, I actually want to tell this to everyone, but it's more like riding a bicycle. You have to just keep doing it. Your prompting will improve as you do.
So in guide something guidance that we need to choose like an academic career ideal, but there are some very synthesizing ideas. So what specific set of
Specific set of
Yeah.
prompts.
Yeah, prompts. So
I can, okay, let me announce the class this. There isn't a real place. Right, guys, question came up which I think might apply to everyone. So what Fat did with you this morning was take you through how to prompt. Yep. Due to the nature of this being just a one-day thing, we really can't sit and focus on how to prompt, because prompt engineering is a field of study by itself now. There are universities offering certification courses in prompt engineering, how to write prompts. There are companies that write prompts and then sell it to you. So for example, if you're a small business, you're a small medium enterprise, you got your own business, and you need prompts for marketing, you need prompts for social media, companies actually put together packages of 150, 200 prompts for various purposes and sell it to you for about 250 USD, etc. Okay, so it's not worth that because of a couple of reasons. Number one, prompting is like riding a bicycle, right? Everybody here knows how to ride a bicycle? Anyone doesn't know? Do you remember when you first started riding a bicycle? How many of you remember how many times you fell down? How many of you gave up and told your father, mother, I cannot do this? But as you did it, today you can ride a bicycle with your eyes closed. Some people can ride with their hands free. Yeah? How did that happen? Constantly doing it. But at the same time, we all don't have time to constantly do this, right? So there are some shortcuts as well. ChatGPT, for example, used to have or still has this thing called plugins. Plugins are like your Android app store or your iOS app store, Play Store and App Store, where you go and get apps for different things, right? Plugins are like that. You can go online and search for plugins for ChatGPT, and there are many plugins that do different things. You can actually search for a plugin that is called Prompt Perfect. A plugin called Prompt Perfect. Now, the purpose of this plugin is to perfect your prompt. So you put in a prompt and then Prompt Perfect looks at it and says, okay, maybe this is what it's trying to do, and it improves the prompt for you. I mean, it's a help, but I still feel that the best prompt is the one that comes from yourself, because you know what you want it to do. Type it out, get the response, look at the response and say, no, this is not what I want. Refine the prompt. Be very clear with what you want it to do. I still feel that no matter if you use Prompt Perfect or you pay 250 USD to these guys to buy their prompts, or you attend an 8-week course on how to prompt, the best prompt comes from you. Use words that you would normally use to somebody. If you want somebody to help you do something, you would tell them, hey, can you just look at this, read this, and correct my English here. Use that same words in the prompt. Look at this document and correct my English, please. If it's not clear, the prompt is not clear to the AI, it will ask you, did you mean this? Did you want me to do this? Do you want me to improve the fluency? Then you can say yes, no. And always when you're refining the prompt, when you get the output, it's always okay to tell the AI, hey, this is not what I wanted. Okay, prompting, refining is an ongoing process. Today, if you think it takes you so long to get a nice prompt, don't worry. 6 weeks down the line, it'll take you a fraction of the time. The other thing is, plugins are going to stop. OpenAI recently announced that they're going to stop these plugins. And in place of plugins, what they're going to do is they are going to start. They're going to start selling, or not selling, rather making available what we call plugins are here. So you can actually still use them. You can go to the plugins and see it says GPTs will replace plugins soon. So currently I've got all these plugins running here. They all use different things. This is the one I was talking about, Prompt Perfect. You can actually go to the plugin store. I need somebody to tell me whether this is available with the 3.5, with the free version, because it used to be available with the free version as well. But plugins are becoming a relic. Today, very soon, they will be replaced by GPTs. What are GPTs? GPTs are personalized. Not showing the full. So GPTs are personalized, like this is a personalized GPT. Okay. So if you can go to your profile and you can create and customize a GPT. You can go to my GPTs. Okay. I have a GPT that a personal GPT that this fellow's only function is to help me with my research. A couple of weeks back, about a month ago, Dr. Y created a GPT accidentally because somebody sent us a document that needed translating. A huge document that needed translating from Bahasa Malaysia to English. So of course, like any other good person, we just put it through this, right? And it translated for us very nicely. And then we need to validate whether the output is correct. So we took the output and put it back inside and said, translate this back to Bahasa Malaysia. And it was a perfect match. Okay. In fact, I think that was better. So once we could do this, then what he did was he took that particular chat and converted it into a GPT like this for a specific purpose for translation. And now I can take that GPT and put it on the GPT store that anybody who needs translation can actually download that and use it. So this is the future of how these things are going to work, where you personalize your GPT for different functions. You can create like this one. If I were to edit this, I've made this, if you see here, I've made this pretty much only for me. You can't go and find this online. But if you can make another one and make it public, which people can access as well. So this one is very simple. I have basically configured this to do a few things. That's it. I've given up. I've given it some instructions and I've told it what I want. Yeah. So this is something that I am telling it, yeah? I'm see if I can make this bigger. So this is my instructions to my GPT and I'm telling it what I want it to do. Its purpose for existing is to support, is to help me. If it doesn't help me, it's dead, we'll kill it. Okay? So I'm telling it what it's doing, blah, blah, blah. I'm giving it its instructions. And so this is a job scope. You're going to act as my research assistant. You will help me identify the most suitable, blah, 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 blah. Simplifying, conducting literature searches, writing literature reviews, and academic will also critique my writing. and challenge me with dialogue to ensure I do not miss any areas. So if I write something and I've got a document, I can throw it in here and say, okay, now I want you to critique this. It's going to do that for me. And it's going to tell me, hey, you missed out this thing. Are you stupid? Not so rude, but because these are the instructions I've given it. Yeah. I've told you to base, you will suggest new and exciting directions. You respond like a helpful. Before answering, make sure you read the papers I upload. Don't simply, if you're unable to provide an answer, please try again. Try a different approach. And let me know that you're doing. If I ask any question that is outside the scope, let me know. Your responses must be clear and precise and don't use any more words that are necessary. Don't, because this is generative. He likes to create. Yeah, ask him to write research paper, he will write movie script. Okay, so we got to be very clear. Never, ever make up any sources of your own very clear instruction. If you're unsure, you must say that you don't know.
Assuming, sir, that it did not start out as this comprehensive.
Oh, no. So this instruction to my personal GPT was not suddenly, I'm also not Shakespeare. Okay. So it was over time. I normally, when I need to write long prompts, I write it on Word document first. I write and edit on Word document first before I'm saying, okay, this looks good, and I copy and paste it in there. Yes, somebody wanted to ask something? Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah. It's an issue because this machine cannot lie. It cannot cheat you. It is following instructions. Right? If you write a program, if you're a programmer, you write a code, the program that you're writing has to follow that code. Yep. You can. But like I said, this is my selfish one. This is my selfish one personal.
When you use ChatGPT, they have used this particular chip.
So in fact, we hope that we will do something like this at the end of this document.
Sorry? Yeah, so if I create a GPT and then I share it with you and you are using the free version, it will not work as well, yeah. So now does the $20 feel worth it or not? Right. So if I were to share the GPT with you and you don't have a paid version, you cannot use. Is that what you're saying? So that's this, and I've only got two things that I really wanted to do mainly initially. One, creative. So these are short. I put it here. Quick conversation starters, and I don't know what to ask. I just write me a weekly writing schedule. Well, right now. Okay. You'll just write something. Or the other one I gave was help me brainstorm ideas for literature review. So brainstorming was always a problem. Now I have also added certain documents into this for it to pick up ideas from. Okay. Thank you. Stop. You can stop now. Yeah. Right. Okay. So capabilities are all these are here. So you can actually go back now with the paid version. You can create a GPT for yourself. Okay. So these are some that are already available. People create and put it up here. Sorry? I can let me give this so that everybody can hear you.
I mean, like if you use research assistant, if you go back to that one, we can't use all the plugins, no? There is a limitation, only 3.
Any form of GPT using ChatGPT or your personal GPT, you can only use 3 plugins at a time. So you can download and keep as many plugins as you want. Very good. But you can only use 3 plugins at any given time.
I mean, when you personalize it like research assistant,
So
even there you can use only 3.
yeah,
I've got all these plugins available here.
If you go to research assistant,
right.
when you go config, when you configure that,
the configuration. Okay.
yeah, in configurations, we can only see 3 options. Dahlia.
This one? Okay, this is not plugin. This is the capabilities of the GPT-4 engine.
Then
Can create images. So even with
my research assistant GPT,
I have turned off image creation. I don't need my research assistant to create images
for me.
which I smacked myself one day because I asked it to draw framework and it said, sorry, I can't do that. Then I realized, so I turned it off. This is not the plugin. When you create your GPTs, there's really no use for plugins because they are like the similar thing. Plugins are certain tools that have been programmed to do certain things. GPTs are certain tools that you are programming yourself to do certain things. In fact, that's why the message came, plugins are going to be removed soon. And they're all going to become GPTs. Okay? GPTs are going to be the new apps, basically. In the whole ecosystem of your mobile phone, we are now so familiar and comfortable with using apps, right? We install apps for different purposes. GPTs are going to become the apps of the near future. Sorry? Sorry? This one? Oh, okay. This is I'm not. This is something additional things that you wanted to do outside of ChatGPT. For example, if you wanted to browse a certain journal type or something that's additional stuff. I didn't go into that. I let it be. But yeah, so this one is actually good because this one you don't have to create. You can actually just go through and see what people have done. So ChatGPT themselves, OpenAI are creating a few. Okay.
John, maybe the question was in the customized version, whether we can use plugins. The answer is no. But now the plugins, like John was saying, the plugins are going outdated. Anywhere, even in a customized version, you can do this at sign. So you can do an at there, like just type at sign and type something. Yeah. So the new GPTs, they appear there. So you can like, all of them are going to be like this. So meaning you can at and do something. You don't need plugins.
I have 2 GPTs here. One I created myself as a research assistant. One that was created when I went to the Explore GPTs. I found the SciSpace, and SciSpace helps with a lot of literature work. I added that as a GPT as well.
Yeah, so if we have basically had more customized GPTs there, all of them will appear here.
Correct. If I had more there, it will appear here when I put the at sign here. Hold the thought. Hold the thought. You are too soft spoken.
If you go to explore GPTs, like when you look at other plugins, let's say I want a research assistant, like somebody have a kind of a background in this research, like getting support from consensus or something like that. Can I generate a research assistant just based on that?
You can always use the search and search what you're looking for. So I just
Not research assistant. That research assistant is using this plugin like consensus in that.
Let me see what you're referring to.
I want to use my platform for my research work and then I will.
Okay, so then you select, this is now a GPT.
Hmm.
So you make this, say this becomes a GPT here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when I want to change it, it's over here.
Yeah.
And how am I going to do? Can I invite my the assistant based on this background?
It's a chat, right? So what happens is this is a chat. So when you open this new chat now is going to be powered by consensus. So whatever consensus is good for, that's what you will use this chat for.
That is a chat. This is not going to be a game of person understood or something
No.
to make like
No,
that.
no, yeah. Okay, I got the question is this. Very good question, because if you look at my left drawer, there is research assistant, which I created, and then there's SciSpace. What does SciSpace do? What's the function of SciSpace? SciSpace is an app, an AI powered app. Does anyone know what it does? If you attended the session, just the other side, you'll know, because it's going on. Sorry? Yesterday you did, yeah. What does it do? It helps you to do very quick study of different papers and gives you a breakdown of what the paper, like you create a literature table. It helps you do that, right? So why do I have that as a GPT here? Because what I can do then is when I use this particular chat, it's now powered by SciSpace. My questioning here, my chat with this will be based on what SciSpace is empowered to do. Okay, so I can maybe ask you the question, is there a correlation between users of Gen AI and increased performance scores in SATs? Now, this is what's happening here. I'm not using the regular chat GPT, even for, I'm not using my research assistant. I am using a GPT that is tailored for this purpose of analyzing different papers. So it's going to respond to me based on its main functions. Okay. Can you see what it's doing? It's talking to its base connection there. So why this helps is now I don't need to go to SciSpace separately, because I put in that SciSpace GPT here. Whatever SciSpace is meant to do, this GPT will do. It's like different chat tools for different. So now I want to go to the paper, I just click on this. And it takes me to that paper to find out. But this is more of AI for research and all that. Okay. But how it can help you if you're looking at productivity, let's go back to exploring GPTs and look at what GPTs are available for productivity. Canva. Now, it does not mean that if you add the Canva GPT here, you have the entire Canva software here. No. Right? It will help you to do what Canva does. If you have the diagram GPT here, then when you activate this one and you put in a prompt saying, hey, I'm trying to create an organization chart, it will do that. So you can actually go through this and look at the many different things that you do in your workplace that you want to speed up. And guys, there are people coming up with more GPTs constantly. Okay. Like just think of it like the app environment today, the app ecosystem. If you can make apps and you put it on the Play Store or on the App Store, people download your app, you can make money. Similarly, this will enable you to do that. You can put this there because the chat GPT 4 by itself comes with uh, chat GPT 4 by itself comes with DALI for drawing images and all that. But maybe not so suitable to creating PowerPoint. So let's try this. Let's say I want to use slide maker with PowerPoint. Okay. So now this is GPT focusing on creating PowerPoint. I hope this ends by giving me an option to say click here to create the PowerPoint. Right? Would you like me to generate this presentation? Yes? Yes, please. Okay, it's asking me to go and do it in the... No, I don't want to do... Sorry? Yeah, I know, I don't want it to use the VBA code, but sometimes like for creating PowerPoint, right, I don't even have to use this PowerPoint GPT. Chat GPT does it perfectly well. If I go back to this earlier chat, I just need to copy these things. Just need to copy this. And put it in the real. Recurring the same thing. Right. So that, I mean, that's what GPTs and plugins are. They are additional apps that help with whatever you're chatting with and information. Some are designed to analyze tables, some are designed to create charts, some are designed for different purposes. And the plugins have been around for a year plus, but plugins are making way for GPTs now. The good thing is you can make your own GPT. You can customize your own GPT. If you're dealing with different things, you can actually create. And it's a very powerful assistant to have with you. Okay. So we can come back to this, but we need to go back to this as well. How are we with this? I'm going to just check the Padlet, see what's happening there. Where is the Padlet? Where's the Padlet? Where is the Padlet? No, the Padlet's missing. Oh, there it is. Oh, no, what this? The Padlet's missing.
So we have pedagogical, curriculum transformation, right?
Really? Wonderful. Okay, we have one. We have one. We are still awaiting a few others. Okay. This is what happened earlier when we uploaded a PDF, but the PDF was a scanned JPEG image. So it was not an editable PDF. So you couldn't read the image. It says empty. Okay. You couldn't. This is called. Can I have a look? Have a look and see. It doesn't. So that's why it says it cannot view.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, if anybody else is waiting to share, I am waiting to receive.
Yes.
To the person who shared this, is this the output of the document? Output. Are you okay with the output? Is it something that you were looking for in the sense of one-page summary? Sorry? Okay, that's nice. Competitive funding. Okay.
So does OpenAI do OCR?
I'm not sure. OCR, but it has to be a document, like, it doesn't say image-based or anything. No, it doesn't. Remember that translation that we did? It couldn't do the images that were sent. Yeah. Okay, nice. I have not found. Let's try that again. Whoever is sharing this on with Claude, anyone who shared with Claude, and maybe check. Let's just check the what's happening when you share. Sorry.
Okay.
Right. So when you copy this, and you paste it. Oh, okay. I'm trying to copy it. That copy that format pen. No, not the URL. I'll just that copy there. Yeah. Thanks. See if we can. What's happening? I hope it's not pasting the whole text. It does. Okay, fine. That's fine. Publish. Then we can look at it. Claude is Fad's baby, so I need to ask him for details on why Claude is misbehaving. Claude is misbehaving. He doesn't want to share a link. Can you please deal with it? Yeah, so Claude seems to be misbehaving and not sharing the link. So if you want, just share copy the text and share it here. Yeah? Potential disadvantages clauses. Free. Damage. Who's out? Is this an output or is this a prompt? Can somebody help me here? Not sure whether this is the output or this is the prompt. Because if it's the prompt, there's no real prompt. If it's an output, then there's no prompt to check what was the prompt. This works for us? Oh, the one that you just shared just now. Okay. What's luck if you like share the prompt as well? So that we know what's happening. Fine, figure it out.
Claude did not share links. We asked Claude why are you sharing links that I cannot come.
So all these guys have got issues. The one that can really share and all that costs you money. The one that lets you play with it for free doesn't like to play sharing. So
Okay, if I may.
you may. The microphone is over there.
Notice how the first few times when you're just experimenting, you don't need to pay. But the minute you say, oh, this can actually work, and I actually have a document that I actually need an analysis, so let's experiment. That enters the realm of professionalism. That's where it hits the limits. So obviously the people who created this were smart, right? But now you see the capability of the GPT model, the AI, and now you know what it can do. And imagine if you pay whichever one, then you get a significantly smarter one with lesser restrictions. So this is what's happening. You're going from amateurs to professionals.
And on that note, I just want to add that don't worry about which new tool to use. If you follow AI forums on LinkedIn, on Instagram, you will realize that every single day there's a new list coming out. 25 new AI tools to improve your productivity. 35 new AI tools to help you sing better. And you cannot follow. I gave up following. Maybe I will religiously go and take the thing and look and try one by one. It's useless doing that. Okay? because every day there's going to be something new. What you need is a subscription to a base model. And if you are focusing your academic work in research, then you might need a base AI app that focuses on research. If your main job scope is just policy writing or strategy planning, there's no app for that. A base GPT model subscription is good enough. So don't waste money going, oh, this new app, Flash app. There's so many. And each will be around that same price, 19.99. Okay. Don't. If you're a researcher and your job really involves researching and all that, then maybe look for one. You have one base and you have maybe one more size base or one of that, which does the analysis work for you. If you are more into administrative, and then there's no particular app. Okay, you can use the base version of GPT to draw images as well, draw tables as well. In a few months, OpenAI will introduce Sora. Anyone heard of Sora? You should have, yeah? Sora is the next big development in AI. It is now going to be able to generate videos with just a simple prompt. Today, there are many tools that can be used to create videos, AI-based tools, but they require you to give it a script. You give it a script, the tool will play around and find a nice visual effects and all that, and give you the video. Sora is going to up the game with one single simple prompt. Like what we've been learning this whole day, how to prompt. You write a single prompt, it is going to create a video. So movie makers, and I don't think movie makers are going to have any issues, because I don't think even tools like Sora and all are going to make 2.5 hours, 3 hour Tamil Hindi movie type. It's not going to happen. Yeah, so. But it's moving that fast. In fact, the technology is moving so fast. So don't. What I'm saying is, don't kill yourselves that I need to be having the latest tool. There is no latest tool. Today you get the latest tool, tomorrow it's already old. We convinced our board at the university to subscribe to a video making tool. It's only been 7 months now. And already the tool looks like so 1980s. Because there are others that came up already in that 7 months. So trying to get the new latest tool is like chasing waterfalls or chasing butterflies. Okay. Find one that works for you, and that's it. Maybe if you really want to subscribe to one, and again, that's it. Okay, is there anything else? Anybody else? Nobody else did any prompting. Oi. Homework, very bad response. Now to make you all stand up again. That's a good time. Pick somebody now. See, this is why I needed some names. Yes, my friend. What's your name? Sorry? Dilhani. Okay. Dilhani, who are the two people you met earlier? New people. Sorry, use the mic. I cannot hear you. Nobody else can hear you. I don't know whether you're telling the truth or not. You're simply saying something. You call him Ronald McDonald, so I don't know. Yeah? Okay.
I'm not so sure whether I'm pronouncing the name properly.
He'll tell you if you get it wrong. Yeah, why is it not working? No, you need to. Okay, now.
Mr. Poo from University of Peradeniya. I suppose the name is correct. Yes. And I do not remember the name actually, but from University of Both.
You don't know. Can you tell her, can you remind her and all of us your name? Okay. Irani, I need you to pick somebody now. Randomly. Anybody who you think you like. Who? No, not fair. I think you leave them. They all organizers. They know everybody's name. They are organizers.
Okay.
They will know everybody. They have email or address of you all also. Okay, okay, you pick a person. Do you know her name? Do you know who's that?
No.
Okay, who did you pick? Which person you picked? Who did you pick?
You, the first one.
The first one.
Yeah.
Come. Hey, you need the mic. And you need to tell us who are the two people you met.
Okay, I'm Shashini. I'm working at Learn as the assistant manager project and solutions. Do I need to tell?
No, who are the two people you met that you haven't met before today?
Okay, I met Dr. Ruanta. So then I got to know like most of the details of us are similar, even the school, even the place of birth and all.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it's nice to meet her. So, and the next person I met is Dr. Pramila, right? Yes. She's working at University of Peradeniya at the engineer faculty. So she's from Ratnapura. That means not from Kandy area, but now she's mostly staying at here because of her universities here and she's working here.
So she's not from the last empire.
No. Yeah, those are the two people I met.
Okay,
And
pick one more person now. From this row. We got one from there. We need one from this row now.
this. Okay.
Okay. What? Do you know her name or not?
No, actually, I can't remember her name.
Okay. Introduce yourself first.
I'm Kandy. I'm from Peradeniya. Kandy Menike. I'm from Peradeniya University.
You teach there?
No, I am an IT technical officer.
Okay. Carry on.
Today I met with Vatsala Miss. I talked to only Vatsala Miss.
Only Vatsala. You don't talk to anybody else.
No, the Madam Deepti Madam and Dr. Ruantika. I met.
Okay. So you met Miss Vatsala, Deepti. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
What does Miss Vatsala do?
She is from Horana. We discussed yes. Hometown is Horana.
Oh, not from the last kingdom either. But what does she do? What is she working as?
We discussed the upcoming programs and how to this.
They never found out what she's working as.
Yes.
She didn't want to tell you. She's keeping it secret.
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we can proceed. Who hasn't submitted that? Come on, share, guys, share. You need to share your work so that we can all learn from each other. Where we curriculum revision. This sounds good. What's the prompt, sir? Why are there no prompts? Okay, but you have the prompt, right? What is the prompt? This is the output. This is good, yeah? Good. So I'm guessing your prompt would have been you shared two different document types. Oh, it's updated. Okay, let me see whether I need to. Okay, nice. So your prompt was only this, compare the two programs, but the output wise, it actually gave you more than that. It also gave you course-wise recommendations to, oh, all right, so you have another prompt here, provide recommendations to revise the degree. Okay, nice. The trick with all of this, using all these AI tools, right? What do? You can sit and do this yourself. You can take the two documents, you can read it, you can analyze it, you can see what the differences and similarities are, right? But what's happening here? It is doing it for you in a fraction of the time, right? But you don't tell your boss, lah. You don't tell your boss that you can do it in 10 minutes. You tell your boss, boss, it take about 2 weeks, I need time to analyze it thoroughly. 2 weeks too much, 1 week. Nobody's boss is here, right? A couple of months ago, no, a month and a half, we ran a workshop in APU, not on AI. We pulled all the different heads of schools. We have 12 schools in the university. We got all the heads of schools to come together, and we used a design thinking method to get them to identify what are the new things or the innovative ways they want to move the school forward this year. So design thinking, if you're familiar, there's a whole process with design thinking. You create some empathy, you create a persona, you build. So we came up with a few things, and each of these head of schools teams, we put them in 3 teams. They had to fill up that template in a PowerPoint and email it back to us by the end of the day. The deputy vice chancellor of the university was the one who was conducting it. So he took all the 3 PowerPoints and sent it to me. And from his observation throughout the day, he wrote a nice long email saying, okay, group 1, this is what you guys spoke about, good, thank you. Group 2, etc. Nice long email. About 2 weeks later, he mailed me and said, hey, John, we need to meet and finalize these things. So I said, okay, very good. But I hadn't looked at the PowerPoints or nothing yet. So I did what every good person does. I got Chatterjee to help, uploaded all the 3 PowerPoints, copied his feedback from his email, put it in there, and I must show you. I think telling you is not going to give you the impact of it. Let me see if I still have it open here. This is what I got out from it. Yeah, so the whole exercise was called the roadmap for teaching and learning excellence. This is what ChatGPT gave me. Okay. Basically, this is summary, right? And then I asked, he said, give me a roadmap for training programs. I said, okay, first month do this, second month do this, blah blah blah. Then I asked it. I thought, okay, I don't want a roadmap yet. I asked it for what are the most frequently recurring themes, and it gave me this. The most frequently recurring themes are enhanced, innovative teaching, use of technology, flexible. Then I said, okay, fine, use these themes and draw me a roadmap. And it actually gave me a nice looking roadmap. And then I was still not satisfied. I said, okay, let's take this as a short-term plan, 1 year, and let's look at mid-term and long-term. And I got this. Year 2, do these things. And they all connected back to what the head of school said. Year 3, do this. I sent this to the DVC and I sent this to my boss and I said, okay, we can meet anytime you guys are ready. Boss and DVC was like, John, this is so good. How long did it take you to do this? I said, 2.5 weeks from the time we finished the session. But of course, during the meeting, I told them, I said, no, look, it took me about an hour and a half to have the whole conversation. This is productivity. It's not that I cannot do this. I could have taken the 2.5 weeks and analyzed that PowerPoints and look at the output and written it down and made my own notes and scribbled here, scribbled there, and come up with this. Yes. Wait. Oh, okay, you're loud enough. Okay, very good. It is very specific because I gave it the documents to input. I said, based on this document, the 3 documents were the 3 PowerPoints that the head of schools, if you're familiar with the design thinking process, you start out with identifying the problem and then and it's all collected, the information is collected in a PowerPoint template. So I uploaded all 3 of the group's PowerPoint, which means it is very specific. And I told him, look, based on this, read these documents and then read this feedback from the facilitator of the workshop. So it is very specific. I can actually, the evidence that it's specific is here. This is the evidence that it is specific because here it is telling me what it found from the PowerPoints. In the first PowerPoint, this person's team. So now I know that it's specific because this is a real person. That GPT didn't make this up. This is a real head of school. And these are the things that they suggested from their group. This is also a real person. So I know that this is very specific. It is not generic at all. Extremely high. This is extremely high, and I can take this document and go back to the head of schools and show this, and they will all say, yeah, this is what we said. And based on what you said, we have now come up with a roadmap. The point I'm making is not about the accuracy. It is accurate, but the point is you have the documents with you, you can use them. It saves you so much time. The nature of my work at the university, I don't have that 2.5 weeks to sit and work on just this one document. And I'm pretty sure all of you are the same. You don't have the luxury of 2.5 weeks to sit and work on one particular thing. While you're doing this, somebody is giving you something else. Before you finish this, something else is coming in. No? Yes? No? Yes, I think that's how the nature of work is. So I am eternally grateful to have an assistant who can do this heavy load for me. I can validate this because I was there at the workshop, at the training, at the design thinking session. I was there. I can validate the output. I know that this is accurate to what they said, but it takes away a lot of the workload from me. I don't have to sit down and print out all the PowerPoints, try to list out and then compare this to it. Okay, this one, that whole grunt work is not there. Okay, are we looking at any more? Okay, so this one looks like you have uploaded an MOU and asked it for, you've asked it to do the reading and tell you what are the punishments, okay? Okay. Okay, I mean, it's fine. These are something that you really can do. Especially in our field, right, education. Sometimes people will come, they think that I'm an expert in the Malaysian qualifications framework or the Malaysian system. I'm not. So they'll ask questions, but if you put this, if you pitch this program here, which level is it? Does it equal, can it equate to teacher development, CPD points and all that. I need an MQA, I need the document, I can just put it in there and ask my questions. Right, we're going to move on. Andrea, how are we on time? We have time. Okay,
Okay, that's all you need to know.
We have time
Time
is
is
the best answer. All right, so you've shared all your inputs here. Now, the next section, we've been doing this, right? So next thing I want you to do with you've now uploaded a document, you've had it analyzed, you've had it summarized, etc. Okay. Now we need to go into creation. But again, with your different work scopes, I don't know what you want to create. So I can suggest you create something like policy documents, report, training modules. I think yours would be good now to come up with a training module based on that program, right? You did it, okay. Now, based on the revised curriculum, ask you to come up with a training schedule, a training program. Week 1, this lesson, this week 2, this lesson, etc. Right there. Now, again, I don't know what the different things you have. Vatsala, you were looking at just now. What was the thing you're looking at? The prompt was. Sorry? Disadvantages of. So can you create a document from that? Let's just look at it again. What was it saying? All right. It's a smart net contract. So maybe you can use this output, say, based on the above, write another contract that is more advantageous to learn. Write something. So again, all of you have created something, you've got an output, use that now to regenerate something from, you have taken a document, you've analyzed it. You've got some output, you've got some information, you asked some questions. Use this now to regenerate a document. It could be any document. I'm just going to put those 3 samples up there. It could be any automated document like this. It could be a customized document, communication. Maybe you want to use that output to write an email and tell your boss that, hey, boss, I went through the contract and looks like we are screwed. The contract says that we are dead. Okay. Or we're good on time, huh? Can we take 15 minutes to do this? And then we will stop and review this at 3. Everybody clear what you're supposed to do? You have your output from here. Using this, now you create a document, any one of this. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't have access to this 3.5. Its training data is only until September 2021. There is. It does, but 3.5 doesn't. It doesn't have any access to real-time data. It is only based on whatever models it was trained on until that date. 4 has a bit more access. It always will push you towards 4. It always wants you to hit this button. The-
You can make these, what you call the PPTs.
Yeah.
And so for every task that you have,
Every task that you get to do continuously, repetitively,
yes,
you create 1 GPT for it.
yeah, and then like anybody, and we can share it with anybody. So which means if you want to develop a curriculum, you can have a GPT, it clicks.
Curriculum development GPT. Then it's all you already put in the details that this GPT's function is this. Where is it getting the information from? So you can take the Sri Lankan National Education Framework, whatever. All this is already you built it already with all the necessary. You share that. So you share it to me. I can just put in information. It's already got all that back info. It's only going to take from the Sri Lankan National Education. And that's it. It's already trained. That is the first. That is the step moving towards our last area, which is the chatbot.
Okay.
To create a new anything that is here on the screen, any of this, based on the outputs from the previous exercise. Yeah. But before, what time are we taking the break? I would like to take it at 3. Because then I want them to come back by 3:30. So the next last 1.5 hours, we're just going to use the chatbot. And I want to really have to get their hands into it. Okay. I want to need your support because we're going to go into a different tool, BotPress. Just make sure everybody can log in, create the account, all that. So 3 o'clock we break, 3:30 we back. Sorry? Ah, okay. Nice. The whole thing is there. Well, this is GPT lah. But what happened just now?
When you get on, you might feel that it's blank.
Right. That's all. No, but this one we found. The other one, if you go back to the Padlet, go down. Go down, go down. Oh, this one, the Claude, the one that says Claude. That's the one that we couldn't find. It didn't share. The GPT one, I've got no worries. It will definitely share. The GPT one, memang will share. You must.
So imagine where you are now. I mean, I see people who've taken one document, parsed it through, developed a summary, this, that, elaborated it, created a report for it. There are people who've created reports, and then an entire training program and a budget for that training program in Sri Lankan rupees. In how long? Sir, when did they start? Maybe an hour, 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago? After lunch. And so now imagine actually using this for actual work. And you're not telling your boss that you're using generative AI, right?
The boss
So,
is him. The boss is him.
yeah. No, please don't listen to this. Okay, so imagine using this for actual work. And imagine the productivity and the preciseness with which you are making recommendations. You're making fewer mistakes. And it's still your work because nobody else has done it. It's your idea. You're just making the whole process faster. Now imagine if somebody tells you after 6 months or a year of using generative AI and improving everything, that you can't use it anymore. Yep. So that's why we are very ardent proponents of generative AI. So, so tell other people as well that, look, this is what's possible, right?
Thank you. Sorry, we we need to work on our sign language. Sorry? Oh, okay. No problem. No problem. Okay, so let's can we take some responses to this? But you need another minute? Okay, that's what I want to see. They're still working on it. Okay, let's take another 1 more minute to work on it and then. If we can share some of this based on the summary, that's the prompt. Create FAQs. Oh, wonderful. Here are some suggested FAQs. Who did this? Who did this? I think that's a very clappable work there. Thank you. Oh, okay. Okay. Look at one more. So all this will become very useful when we go into our next and final section for the day. Does anyone remember what that is? Feels like so long ago we started. Does anyone remember what the final session of the day is? Tea and bye-bye. Yes, we are going to build your own chatbot. A chatbot that can answer questions 24/7 on your behalf. Yeah, so these are, whatever you're building now, content that you're building becomes part of it, right? So, okay, this understand, document, summarize. Or is some more further down. There's a new prompt there. Okay, done? There's a lot more to go. Okay. This is summary of key points still. This is structured summary. This is compare and contrast. Very good. This is list the differences between this guideline and others in India, Malaysia, Australia. Okay, very nice. And these just a little heads up. These are the things that I mean when I say you must be able to validate this, because you're asking it to do a comparison of other countries, and it's creating something. I think India, Malaysia, Australia, UK, and Singapore may have clearer delineations with specific roles for hospital administrators. I don't know. So I need to, before I use this information in a public way, I need to make sure that this is correct. Right? So it's helping me to write, yes, but because it's helping me to write something that I am not, I mean, I don't know, maybe in your line of work you are very clear about this. Right? So if the person, if you're clear.
Provide a document for that.
Sorry?
If you provide a document.
If you provided some references or something. Yeah. You could do that also in the prompt and say, please provide documentational evidence for this. But I'm guessing that in your line of work, this makes sense to you. This is correct to you. You can validate this. Yeah, so then that's fine. So that's why it's very personalized to what you are doing. something that you are prompting and you are validating, I may not know anything about. Yeah. Okay, this and then list possible issues could face. If you were doing this as an assignment, if you were doing this as an assignment, I would be very, very happy with the sequence of prompting. And I keep telling you, right, if you're going to change your assessment, always ask your students to not only submit the answer, but submit the prompt as well. So you read this, you actually see the thinking that's going on. So it's not just somebody who put this in and said, okay, this the disadvantages of this guideline. Why did you specify one particular university? Okay. So if you're proposing a guideline, you feel that this unique issues would be quite problematic to the implementation of the guideline. Okay. And then are these unique issues coming out here? Okay. Is this the last one that you did? Maybe you sent me the you've created another document there. I'm going to go to control and end. For me, it stops here. Is there anything else after this? You may need to share the link again to the chat. Okay, we'll come back, create the program, learning outcomes, Sydney Accord. Very good. Program learning outcomes, nice. Yours, right? So this is yours, right? Yours? Okay. Anyway, at the end of it, right, just ask Chat, this was ChatGPT, no, this was Claude. Ask Claude to suggest to you a very cool sounding futuristic name for this program. And see what it gives you. Give the target audience. Who's the target audience for your program? A program like this, who will be your target audience? High school students, right? So you give that target audience, high school students, and ask them to suggest a name because you want this to be catchy, right? For the high school students. So if you go and call it like the program that I was telling about in APU, we've created this 8-week course for teachers to become better teachers. It's known as a higher education teaching certificate, but higher education teaching certificate is so boring. Yeah. So I asked ChatGPT, come on, give me some names. Give me some cool names and acronyms. So he gave me a few, 4 or 5. I took it to my team WhatsApp group. I put there like a poll and said, okay, guys, you all pick which one. So they all picked. I gave the rationale. This one, it means this. So we picked one that went light, LITE. My thinking behind this was academics are already very stressed and busy with things. So we don't want to tell them you must take another certificate course, 8 weeks. They will resign. Okay. So we wanted them to know that it's something light. So I thought the word light was very nice. LITE, learning, innovation, and teaching excellence. Covered what we wanted to do. And the acronym was very nice. When I took it to the senior leadership team of the university to present the proposal, they were all happy. Except one guy at the end, one head of school was like, John, why is the name light? His thinking was, when you call it light, people are not going to take it seriously. This is this is human nature, lah. You cannot please everybody. So then my boss said, yeah, John, you cannot use this. People will start thinking it's light, not serious. I was like, okay. Then we didn't go back to ChatGPT after that because I really liked that acronym. But since boss said cannot use the acronym, I negotiate with boss and said, okay, I won't use the acronym. Can I use the full name? Learning, Innovation, Teaching Excellence. Let's not call it light. Internally, we call it light. Everybody happy now. Okay. So naming is really important, especially if you're going to do for high school kids and all that. Huh? Anyone else? Hey, updated. Posted a new one. Oh, you pasted the content here. It's at the bottom. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so you're covering guidelines for the functioning of a teaching hospital in Sri Lanka. Okay. From here. Okay. So you actually created like a proposal, a concept paper on setting up of a new teaching hospital. Perfect. This is so perfect. All right. I think it's time we can take a short break. Guys, like I said, our next session, last bit is going to be very you doing something on that chatbot. Okay, so it's a little bit technical, little bit. I hate technical, so it's as little bit as possible. So have a nice tea, let the blood flow, refresh the brain, and then we'll come back here and work on creating robots. Not robots, like chatbots only. Right? I will be sharing all the slides. I will be sharing all the slides with you all. The main idea is once we finish, we will share with you the slides, we will share the books, we will share the chatbot that we have. All of this, like not this one, AIRE, AILD, AIAW, they all have their own chatbots, online course. They all have an online course as well. So we will share with you the online course, the chatbot to support that, and the slides, everything. I told Melinda, I said, we are your servants this week, so don't worry, anything you can just ask. Yeah. LD, I'm not sharing yet because tomorrow got another session first. So we'll finish that, then we'll share that. Today. So in the
That's right. Doing more miracles than that of man. But I think what is very useful. A few simple use cases again, documents got the for a teacher, check what place in your learning management system for that particular module is a godsend. So that you can access the LMS and access the chatbot with that and have any questions answered related to that particular subject. So, any time of the day. For non-academic activities, for heads of units or heads of departments, you have constantly, we have, after what we are also seeing, we have constantly staff, new staff joining, old staff leaving, more frequently than we like. And every time a new staff comes in, there's onboarding process. And I do this onboarding with them every 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, I do a session with them. And ultimately, I have session the questions that this new team asked, the same questions 2 weeks ago. The same questions 2 weeks before that. Every question again. So if I can have a chatbot that can answer those questions, I don't have to do anything. Because for whatever functional role you are in, yeah. So there's a lot of things I can do. Some examples, but before we jump into the okay. So the first thing I need to do is go and find this particular website, WordPress.com. WordPress.com. WordPress is a bot maker, a chatbot maker tool, and all other tools. There's a free version, there's a paid version. But for our purposes, a free version is more than enough. Perfectly more than enough, because we are not going to link our chatbots to Google's API or OpenAI's API. We're not doing that kind of indexing and stuff. We are just going to create a chatbot with a limited training data. The training data that we are going to give it is relevant to this particular chat. So I want to create a chatbot that can help answer questions about A. What's A? What does A do? Blah, 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 I have the information in various forms, PowerPoint, I have PDF. I submitted so many proposals to different people for related things. I think all that and nothing equals to that what knowledge base. And you can go in and access the chatbot and ask questions. Some of you were here yesterday for the AW and AIDE workshop. Both those workshops come with accompanying online courses. You can actually, by virtue of having attended the session, you have access to the online version of the course. The same thing as you went through yesterday for 8-9 hours, you can go through online on your own again. Experience the same feelings all over again. At your own pace. Yeah? Do the same activities again at your own pace. It's very important. And all these courses, the three courses, they are AIDE, AW, and RE, also come with the accompanying chatbot. So it's not like when we do the session here, you can raise your hand and ask questions. You can do it while attending the online course as well. You're going through the course, meeting, moving through something or questions. Chatbot asks, chatbot answers, okay, continue. So there are many use cases. Okay, so I am WordPress.com, done, account created. It's asking a few questions, okay. It up with the chatbot login, WordPress login.
No, it's not mute. Hello, 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 hello. Just I think positioning is wrong. Okay, all good. Just say myself, like, say if a client, the flow start charging you immediately. Well, if you say student, if you say all the correct answers here, you might get it free for longer. So as you are setting up, right, it's going to ask you a few questions. Who are you building this for? Are you a student? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Other or what do we?
Yeah, just go with other. Yeah, other's fine. So if you put in the most non-threatening answers, who are you, a student? Yes, I'm a student. What are you? Who are you building this for? Myself. Don't say for client and all that, then the fellow is going to start charging you earlier. Give it the most non-threatening answers. Okay. Just go with other for now.
I'm thinking not to put because I'm a student in one way.
Yeah, just put student because you want to get the cheapest option. So just okay, IT support. Okay. Yeah, but just quickly answer those questions so that you can come to the dashboard page. You can go and start from scratch actually. It's easy. Yeah. So there's the few options, start from template, start from scratch. The start from template basically gives you a ready-made template, which is a training kind of bot, which helps you to learn how to. Okay, then this is no option, then go with that. No, again, I'm going to show you through the slides, the steps, and then I'm going to take you to the WordPress, my version, and show you what's happening in the system. And then, see, the start from template is basically a training module. It's a training bot that WordPress has created so that as you go through that one, you learn. Because I think previously they used to have the option start from scratch, start from template, etc. And a lot of people very gung-ho straight away and start from scratch and then got stuck in middle. Don't know what to do. And then leave the bot hanging, not complete, bot is incomplete. And every time you leave something incomplete like that, it's taking up server space, it's taking up their bandwidth space. So maybe that's why they want to make you go through the template. Okay. But first thing first, create an account and you log in and you've done all that questions. Again, these are things that are very evolving. We ran this workshop 2 weeks back in the university. Same thing, no questions. So they have updated it now. Okay, so, but it's still free, so that's fine. So the first thing you want to do is this. Once you get into that space, you will say create chatbot. Okay. This is, can I have you all here? Guys, ladies, gentlemen, children. This is you telling the system, how do you want your chatbot's knowledge to be? Where do you want this knowledge to come from? There are various ways. If you see previously, the start from template was here. But now there's many ways. Where is the knowledge coming from? In very simple terms, how this works is the chatbot system creates an interface, gives you access to the back end where you can upload content that becomes your knowledge base. You follow? It's giving you an interface and it's also giving you access to the back end where you can upload content that becomes the basis of all the answers that the chatbot will give. Okay. Okay, cool. But I will suggest don't go any more further because you all are starting from template and the template version is going to take you through WordPress's own chatbot. It's a learning experience. So maybe once we're done, then you can go through that. So you'll see the same familiar things again, right? Okay. So now, because I selected answer questions on documents, it's going to ask me to select where are these documents. Then I just go into wherever and upload as many documents as I want, all related to this particular area that I want the chatbot to function in. No? I mean, it's all Word documents, PDF, so it's all small files. Okay? If you have huge files, then I would recommend storing them on an online space and then sharing the URL. Okay. 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 So let's go into the thing directly. It's always better to look at it. So every time you make a bot, the WordPress system will give it its own name. You can rename it, of course, but the WordPress system will just give it weird names. Okay. But this is the first option where you're going to go create a chatbot. Let me take you to the last output first, and then show you so here we've got a knowledge base which is made up of all this so my knowledge base is made up of these things. This is just a simple chatbot to help people understand what ESD is, Education for Sustainable Development. So you just chuck in a few things. I've also given it access to one particular website. You got the options up here. You can actually add information available on a website, get information from documents like PDF, HTML. You can create tables. You have a table as a source of knowledge, but you can even put in your own typing it into WordPress. But for simplicity, this is the best one to use. Upload any document. And this becomes the base of all the information. And this is how it will work. Let me quickly show you here. Okay. So I'm going to ask any question here. Anybody have any questions on SDG? On Sustainable Development Goals or ESD? Let's ask the most basic one. What is SDG 5? This is its answer. It took a bit of time because it's going to scour through these 5 documents. It's going to scour through this little website that I gave it, which is basically the UNESCO SDGs UN website page. So this is basically how it works, right? So I've got this bot here. Now I'm going to edit it. It takes me to the studio page. I think some of you are seeing this page right now. You are seeing this page. Yeah. Don't worry about this page so much. Let's. I can't see anything. Sorry, the screen is not allowing me to see something at the side. All of this you really do not need to. If you want to become an advanced user later, you can go ahead with all that. To begin with, you just need this, the bot press knowledge. But this is unfortunately, this is also the template one, so it's going to be teaching. So let me go back to the dashboard and yeah, correct. Okay. So I'm going back to my. Yeah, everybody has to go through the template version, and then only it will allow you to create. So all you need to do is once you come into the edit page, you click on knowledge base, and then you decide you want to add what documents. You select this, drag and drop documents. I am going to, so I'm basically still here at the SDG page. Adding on to that, when you build this bot and you publish it, you determining where you are going to publish it to. You publish it, you take that link and you put that link in your LMS. Your LMS is a closed environment, right? Nobody can access your LMS without your credentials or your university's credentials, correct? So it's a closed environment. So putting your bot there is relatively safe. However, if you are tying up or connecting your bot to external, if you are tying up or connecting your bot to external sites from outside, okay, you can add pages and all that. Now you are exposing your bot to access information from external sources to answer. Following me? I'm creating a bot. I'm only uploading my PDFs and my documents into its knowledge, into its brain. Only my PDFs. And then I publish this bot and I place it in my LMS, not accessible to anybody without that university credentials. Very safe. But when I am building the bot, I have the option of adding a website source to this. So now the bot is not only going to get information from all my documents, it is also going to go out and look at website that I'm giving. You are opening the door. This can be potentially dangerous. Your bot is not so important as the Central Bank of Sri Lanka, don't worry. Nobody is waiting to hack your bot. But I'm just saying that this opens the door to external. So if you're worried about that, don't have that. Only use documents. This can be as safe as you want it to be. My dream for lecturers especially is this. Every module that they teach, that they have a Moodle allocated for them, must have one chatbot inside there. And that chatbot's brain is made up of the textbook, the recommended reading books for that module, any sample exam papers or sample questions or assessments or tutorial questions, anything related to that module is fed to this bot's brain. So a student in that course has access to any information. And if you note the way you can ask the question, it doesn't really say that you can only ask questions in a certain way. You can ask questions in it's not even a question. I'm going to see how it's going to answer me. I don't understand this whole SDG thing, and it's giving me an answer like that based on all these things. Now, do you think this is something that could be helpful? I think this is potentially very helpful. And the steps to create a basic bot is very simple. Get into BotPress, create a bot, go to the knowledge base section, add in your content. Once you are happy, test it out here. Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, so please look at your screens. I'm reasonably sure that everybody is somewhere here on this screen. Yes, if there's somebody who is not on this screen, please let me know. Basically, what we're looking for is on the left, this main error timeout conversion and default knowledge base. This is the most important thing for us today. So if you cannot see this or do not see this, please let me know. Okay, now if you do see it, you can't see, you don't see it?
Who doesn't see it?
Yeah.
Who doesn't see it?
That's fine. BotPress knowledge, as long as yeah, it's the knowledge, as long as it's a knowledge base. You see, this is where we will upload our document, and this box here is where we will ask questions just to test it out. And when we publish, we know that it's going to behave the way it's behaving with us right now. So basically, just click here and as soon as you click here, this basically opens up. So what you want is upload PDF, HTML, doc, text, because most of us, I mean, we probably have what I uploaded. I just uploaded my dissertation just to test it, right? So we probably all have certain documents that we just want to test with. So just upload doc, PDF, whatever you want. When you click this,
Why don't upload something about learn?
it'll give you the option of dragging and dropping a document. Is this clear up till now?
If you're creating a chatbot for postgrad students and you want them to have example.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's modern technology. Wow. Ooh, this is cool. We used to play with cats with this. Okay, so yeah, is this reasonably clear? Is there anybody who did not follow what I just said?
You're building this for somebody to ask questions. That's your main idea. So you must first think of what questions people will ask. And then you go.
So if you did follow what I just said, just please upload a document here. When you upload it, then you can go over here and ask a question.
But you got the idea, uploading stuff. Let me be very clear. Yeah. Folks, just like anything else in life, before you set out to do it, you need to understand the objective. Now, what you're doing with the chatbot is basically creating a very high-powered FAQ on steroids. Have you all created an FAQ section before for anybody? You have? You type the question and then you type the most possible answer. Right? You type the question, you type the answer, you create an FAQ document. This, you're creating a live FAQ on steroids. So first thing you must think is, what's the objective? Who is this bot for? Am I making this for students of module A, subject A? If I'm making it for students of subject A, I don't even need to think about what kind of questions they might ask. I just populate it with all the information about subject A. Then no matter what question they ask, how they ask, it will extract the answer and give you. If I'm creating a bot for maybe visitors to my website, and my website is Learn, and I want people to have answers to questions about Learn, then I would populate my bot's brain with information about Learn. Right? So you must first, before you start building, understand what you're building for, who's your audience, who you don't need to worry about what kind of questions they may ask, no. But who is this being done for? If you are planning to go into business and start up a marriage consultancy, then you have to create a bot that can answer all kinds of questions about marriage in Sri Lanka, about the registration process, about the legal aspects of marriage, about the religious aspects of marriage, all that put in the brain and then put in a website, marriagesrilanka.com. So people who come to the website will look at your things and say, I got a question, let me go ask this bot. Yeah. That's how you think about it. Yeah, you agree. Thank you. Gentlemen, ladies, if you ever hit a snag now because as you're testing the chatbot and it's not answering as what you think because you put in all those documents, that is probably simply because you're on the template chatbot. Okay, you always can go back, now that you've gone through the template a bit, you can always go back to the dashboard. I'm just going to hold up this because, okay. If you can see this, I just exited that, hit the left button, went back to the dashboard and clicked on create a new chatbot. Now this new chatbot is not template anymore. This is you starting from scratch. You can populate it with your content, etc. Because that earlier one is more of a teaching bot for you to get familiar with the whole thing. So it already has chat bot press knowledge inside the knowledge base. So it may get a little bit tied up. Yes, ma'am. 1 second. Okay, forget this bot press knowledge now. Let's go back to that bot and start on your own. So this one now won't have bot press. Okay, good question. Let me address everybody with this. Okay, guys, there's a very good question here. The answers, if you are reached that stage where you're testing your chatbot, you'll find that the answers are a little bit lengthy. Right? Chatbots also like to talk. Okay. So the question is there any way to make it shorter? There are two ways to make it shorter. One, don't go into that unless you know a little bit of coding and stuff like that. Two, if you want to make it shorter, simplify your source documents. If you give it a PDF which is 27 pages long and it's full of paragraphs, it's going to take a paragraph and give you an answer. If you want that to be simplified, simplify the source document, make it bullet points, etc., whatever. There's another way which we really wouldn't be able to do now because it involves you going into the workflows and it involves you building a lot of these different workflows and all that. And when you get the basics right, once you are familiar with the basics, spend as much time playing with it as possible. It doesn't require any hardcore coding skills and knowledge, but it's more of playing around. You can edit how you want the responses to be, you want the response to be in bullet form, but get that basic thing going first. Because the next thing we need to see is how to publish.
Please also understand, and this way may be self-explanatory for some, that the extent of this young baby bot's knowledge is that one document that you uploaded. So it may be that you uploaded a very small email or a letter that somebody sent you or you created with generative AI yesterday or something. Right? So when you upload it, then that's all it knows. So if you say, okay, now give me the solution to the 3-body problem in physics, it's unlikely that it would be able to find that out. right? This isn't generative AI in that sense. This is using the knowledge of whatever document you uploaded. So just to test, I recommend that you upload something a little longer, something a few pages at least with some information, and then ask it questions. At the bottom left, you will see that small window, and that is, it will say emulator on top. So that is what your students, clients, members, whoever, this is what they will see. So test it out over there. And yes, it's that simple. You press a button, you upload a document, and you ask a question. It's that simple, yes.
Folks, can I just have your attention for 1 minute before you go back to building? This is the output. This is how your bot will finally look like once you share it somewhere. How you share this is, you will just of course copy the URL, and if you're putting it in Moodle, then you put it in Moodle as a URL, whichever way. Okay, but this is how it look like. I want to just test something now. I'm asking it a very relatively dumb question. How are you? I mean, how are you is a good question, but in this context, I did not build this bot with this information, right? What do you think is going to happen? I don't know. What do you think is going to happen? I don't know. Let's find out. It's thinking. It's gone back to its default. When it doesn't have the answer in its knowledge base, it's just going back to its default. This is the start. So now you can ask it. I mean, you can even ask it earlier, but now you can ask any question related to SDG. Anybody have any burning questions on SDG? Are the SDGs important? Because there's some part of the world, I mean, many people around the world actually think it's all just a passing fad. Okay, are the SDGs important? It's answering the question, guys. Please note this. It is answering the question. It is not just randomly plucking information from the documents uploaded. The question is, are SDGs important? The Sustainable Development Goals are important. It's answering the question. And then it goes on to tell you all the reasons why it thinks it's important. Okay. Now, how do we get here? How do we get to this point? We still have time, so no worries. So you just keep on building that, and we'll answer questions in between. If you're stuck somewhere, let us know. How are you? Okay. Yeah, so more fundamental question. Just go back to the dashboard, and then go into create chatbot, and then go into edit. Now you're on your own chatbot. Okay, but we'll still ask you to go template, but don't worry, this new template doesn't have the WordPress knowledge base and all that. This is your own. Okay, so now we'll go to scratch, use template, but you won't have the WordPress knowledge base and all that. It will be your own default knowledge base. See in some buildings. It's empty.
Did you see that before?
Yeah. It shouldn't be saying that.
That is wrong. Right? It's creating separate box. Earlier it was careful chicken, and then it made on its own this one and this one. Like every time I change the pattern. So I'm not working on the same thing.
No, it shouldn't be the same.
No, but there are 3 boxes there. I didn't create 3.
You didn't create 3, right?
No.
You created 1. Let's go remove some of the other colors.
Why even handle the building? Because I didn't say creative, but.
Yeah, we didn't click this one.
No.
Let's look at careful chicken. Sorry? Maybe just ask everyone to populate the documents first and then give it some time and then immediately test it. Maybe we may not be pulling it. Let me just address. No, I'm good. If you're having this similar problem, right, where it's not answering, so what I would suggest for now is just try to populate the knowledge base with the information first, right? Then give it some time. Maybe it needs to absorb the information and then try it later, or maybe later tonight or tomorrow. Just try. Because there's no reason for it not to work. Like I said, machines will operate with rules. And the rule is simple. Give it some knowledge and ask it a question, it will answer. But maybe not directly. Just spend some time building the content as much as possible.
So we already have that, although we deleted it.
No, this is one of the spontaneous, this spontaneous monkey, I think. I can delete it here. Okay, let's try this. Can you? Yeah, feeling it's gonna have the same result.
How about the transition is different now?
Right, so it's transition to this. It started, transition here. Inside here. Yo.
Sorry, asking for the schedule.
We're going to finish this and then finish off in another 10 minutes or so.
Give me a chat bot, please.
Yeah, we will.
Before you leave this workshop by Friday.
Yes, definitely. If I can't do it now, I'll go back later and check it out.
Okay.
And see what's the other.
Will you please?
Yeah, you're coming back anytime tomorrow, I think.
Tomorrow I'll be here and Friday.
So I'll be here. So I'll go back and find out why this is happening.
This is the most useful thing. If I can't do it. Do you think there's something wrong with the machine? No.
No, I'm just going to, let's see if you can.
But
No,
no
no.
one came across this issue, right? So.
Right. So I'm just going to go back and check again. And if you're here tomorrow, I'm doing the session on the other side tomorrow, learning design.
Yeah, I'm in there.
Okay. Learning design doesn't really have this chatbot, but we can take some time and look at it in.
Okay.
I'll
play with it later.
Can try it, yeah.
Recreate something else.
Maybe delete the whole thing off and yeah.
Come back to you tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I need to convert a document from OCR.
OCR to docs, huh?
No, it's not.
Publishing the work and then you want to share.
Yeah, so in order to publish it, you always go back to the if you are satisfied with your bot, with the knowledge, etc., then you come back to the main dashboard and you click on this to publish it. Publishing just makes it, it doesn't publish it anywhere. It just brings it to a state where it is now alive and the share button becomes active. Okay, you might find this rolling for a bit, but once the share button is active, you hit the share button, then you will come to this particular page where you now have the URL to share. Okay. So if you look at the screen, I'm asking it a very weird question. You need to leave? Okay, if you need to leave, yeah. You don't get the Fahad, what citizenship is being given if anybody stays until 5 o'clock? US citizenship, so you gotta sacrifice your US citizenship. Bye. See you. Okay. So I just asked you a weird question. When was the Golden Crown Hotel built? Totally not related to the knowledge I put in, right? Now, what I created is a very, very basic bot. You can, once you become a little better, you can modify this so that if questions are unrelated, you can link it to actually provide a different kind of answer. Question is irrelevant or something like that. Okay? But because I didn't do all that, it's a very basic thing. It just goes back to its default. It doesn't know how to answer the question, so it's just gone back to its default. Okay? How many of you have successfully built your bot and come up with a published stage? Excellent. That's almost everyone. Nice. So now that you know how to build it, you can build as many as you like for as many different purposes. I'm always tempted to tell people to build a bot for your boss. A boss bot. So if the boss asks question, here lah. Boss, if you have a question for me, just use my bot. Bot should be able to answer you. But yeah, don't do that, yeah? That's not right. So what's the you came here, you shared your expectations this morning. Some of your expectations, I had to manage it at the offset by saying don't hope for a genie. Yeah. But what if I were to ask you, what is your one takeaway? You've gone through some tools. What do you think is the main takeaway from this? Personally, what is the main takeaway for you? That's a brilliant answer. Yes, you should give her a clap. That's evangelism. Now she is now an evangelist. She's going to take on AI, use it and promote it. Our job is done. Our job is to just create evangelists and then leave.
April to buy the paid version.
And we have one sales done. Yeah, I think among the many takeaways, that is one of the main things we do not do in this productivity workshop is we don't share a list of tools with you. It is absolutely no point. I share a list of 75 tools with you today. Tomorrow you'll come back and show me another list with 100 new tools there. No point. The objective of this is to show you how you can utilize the power of AI to increase your own productivity in many different ways. Doesn't matter which tool you're using. You understand the strength and the capability of the tool of generative AI. And then you can use that to build many things. One of our colleagues just joined us this afternoon. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to meet her, Dr. Kelly and her daughter. Dr. Kelly is actually from the US, Colorado. She'll be with us tomorrow. So she's basically with us in APU on a Fulbright scholarship. So as a Fulbright scholar, her role is two things: to impart knowledge and also to gain knowledge. And then she asked us if it's okay if she could come here to see what's happening, so she could gain some knowledge as well. When she came in January, before she came, I used AI to basically generate her schedule for the 5 months. I just put into ChatGPT and said, this is the objective, this is what this person is coming for, these are the people she needs to meet, must meet, can meet, nice to meet these people if possible, and these are the things that the objective of the program. Create a schedule. Give me a 5-month day-to-day schedule incorporating Malaysian public holidays. Again, save me time. The main thing of using this tool is to make my boss is Prof. Apta, and she says that she did her PhD 22 years ago. And when she finished the PhD 22 years ago, her closing statement in the PhD was she can't wait for the day when AI is available to make human life easier. So among all of us, she's the most excited now that Gen AI is around. She said, now we can all live and let the AI do the heavy lifting. We are still doing the thinking. We're not giving up that part of us. We are still doing the thinking, but we're making the AI do the heavy lifting. So my takeaway for you is go back and keep exploring. Get a paid version of something. I don't want to see your reaction as I'm closing my eyes. Get a paid version of something. Any one of the tools. Either ChatGPT or Claude or Gemini. Gemini is more cost effective because you pay one amount for 2 or 3 different functionalities. You get storage space on Google, you get access to Google Meet without time limit. You can access Google Classrooms. It's the whole suite of things that you can have, and Gemini comes with it. Yeah. ChatGPT, you just pay for this, but it's the most powerful. So you weigh the pros and cons, you weigh your wallet, you weigh everything, and then see which one. But please, it's a worthy investment. Okay, and you'll find that once you have it, you can then explore more. Right? And you'll be able to do much, much more. Now, there's one last thing I need you to do before we end, which is basically so this was a quiz that I'm not going to do with you now. This is the quiz that I did in APU. Okay, this is something that I need to do with you before I let you go. I've been talking about SDGs and chatbots. But recently, the reason this question is here is because recently I took a course, a training on carbon literacy. And one of the assessment at the end for me to become a carbon literate certified person was I needed to make a pledge. Okay? There was a group organization pledge and there was individual pledge. So my individual pledge was to, in any sharing session, to at least create a little bit of climate awareness. So that's why you're seeing a question on what percentage of global greenhouse gas emissions is caused by human activity. Anybody knows the answer to this? 100? 100%. Not 100%. Okay, so how many percent then? I mean, you don't know, it's just guessing, right? So you have unlimited answers, so you can start from 1 and work your way up to 100. 80%, we got 80% going once, going twice. Anybody higher than 80% or lower? a bit lower, 79.5, okay? 79, 70%, all right, 70% going once. The value of humanity is increasing. You all thinking humans are better. Dr. Roshan said 100%. Humans are to blame for everything. He said 100%. Now then he went to 80. No, like humans are not so bad. And 70. No, humans are not so bad. Are we going down or going up again? Now going up again. The answer is a staggering 97%. So Dr. Roshan, you were quite close. 97% of the global greenhouse emission is caused by us, by the things that we do. And among the things that we do, which one's got the highest factor? Among the things that we do, which one is the highest contributor? Transportation, buildings, factories, or air conditioning and heaters? They should give another option, all of the above.
Given that it's perhaps A right now, although it used to be A and C.
Okay, so it used to be A and C, but now it is D. That's one answer. Anybody agrees with that? Anybody violently objects to that? No? You all okay with that answer? Yeah, you all think it's D as well? Or just want to? Nuclear. Huh?
Might be transportation.
Okay, so now we've got A and D. Anybody else? Anything? Yeah.
And the internet, like the.
Yes. Electricity and heat. Congratulations. Yeah, so electricity and heat, thank you. So basically, I mean, there's nothing, this is not really AI related, it's just a little bit of awareness on climate. But this one I need you to just fill up for me before we leave. Where is Andrea? Yeah, we fill up. And any questions, we're taking this right now, anything you can help you with. Sorry?
It gives me the answer,
Mm-hmm.
and then it says this.
Okay, you know, why is this happening? We need to go back to the, yeah. So we go back to the main here, right? So to give me the answer, there's a different flow going on. This is the flow, start, stop, this was empty is coming here. So give me the answer. Any question also is doing the same thing, huh?
Yeah, it gives the answer, then it tells you
Then it tells you the body is empty.
Right,
That's
right.
because it's following this flow of this flow of this thing, but it shouldn't actually, because it doesn't even say where the answer is coming from. Interesting.
Like, can we delete this chat part and just
Can you just go back to the dashboard?
we can just
Select.
the documents, that's all. It's
Yeah.
just the documents that we distribute to the
Okay, so
students.
select the ruler, charming hair. Okay, don't instead of edit, you just go down and delete.
Delete
that.
that.
That's it. Delete it and then it's gone. So if you have no questions and you're done with this, thank you very, very much for being here today. And I sincerely hope that AI will empower your life, your career, your productivity. It will empower it. And I think we must end by always repeating the same thing. Yeah. AI is not here to replace you. AI will not replace you. Yeah, don't worry. But what you need to worry about is somebody else who is using AI might replace you. Somebody else who is using AI will replace you. AI won't replace you. I'm sure some of us are old enough to remember when the ATM machine came out, the ATM, right? It killed off before the ATM. Anything you needed to do with the bank, you need to go to the counter. So the front counter was a very important position in the bank. Once the ATM came out, that died. But the ATM didn't replace them because some of them survived who picked up other skills. And then some of us are also old enough to remember the time when computers came out and people were reluctant to throw away their typewriter, their trusty typewriter. Of course, there are also some of us in this room who are really young who probably don't even know what a typewriter is. That's fine. Some of you are like, typewriter, what's he talking about? Yeah. So, again, the computer did not replace them. It was people who were using these computers who replaced those who refused to give up their typewriters. So pick up the skill, pick up prompting. In fact, when you go for interviews today, some of the questions people ask in interviews are, what is your skill at prompting? You know, our CVs used to have skill, what skill, language skills, computer skills, all that. Now one of the key skills is prompting. Pick it up, become more productive and prosper. Right, thank you all. And some of you may be coming back tomorrow. If you're not, if you are coming back tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. If you're not, I'll see you when you see me. Okay. We have two or three people who will become trainers as well. Right. You need to say something to close up. Andrea, you need to wrap up. Come, let's wrap up with Andrea.
So, good evening, everyone.
The mic for you. We need the mic for you. I can't hear you beside that.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. It was a long day, but we learned a lot of things. In fact, sharing my personal experience, I didn't know that AI could do so much for us. Thank you very much to both Mr. Jonathan and Mr. Fahad for giving us this informative session. I won't take much time. I know you all must be also feeling tired and getting ready to go home. So have a good evening. Tomorrow also we'll be starting the sessions by 8:30. If there are any new trainers that we've added, you can be here by 8:15. One more announcement to give. If you have not signed the attendance sheet, you can check from one of us and get it. Yeah, it's at the back over there. So please do place your signature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Andrea.